The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Great. Please stand for the pledge. And moving on to item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight for recognition of Convergent.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the 24-25 school year. Last week, I, along with board directors, cabinet members, and executive directors of schools, had the privilege of visiting every school on our first day to welcome them to a new year. Thanks to Tommy and the communications team for the slideshow that ran prior to the meeting. The first day of school is always a joyful day. So to segue into our recognition tonight, I'd like to play a video for everyone so that everyone can get an idea of the scope of our gratitude. So.
My name is Chad Ferguson, and on behalf of the Step Up Committee, I want to welcome you to Stone Canyon and Step Up 2024. Big round of applause. Today is the largest step up in Convergent history.
2, 3, Convergent!
Step Up is an acronym for Secure, Train, Educate, and Protect.
Close to 400 Convergent employees and their families gathered at Stone Canyon Outdoor Adventures with one goal in mind:
We have a slew of projects. We have technology projects. We have campus enhancement projects.
to make Stone Canyon the best possible place it can be for learning and fun.
We have 5,000 kids coming through our site every single year, and the site needs a little TLC, and sometimes we don't always have time for that because we're giving our love and our energy to our students. They're out here volunteering their time, their energy, their effort, and their sweat to spruce up the site. Everything from painting projects to security updates.
We're putting in a mass notification system that's really going to allow the entire campus, both staff, students, and any visitors, to be on the same page in the event of an emergency. We're upgrading the existing surveillance system, we're adding an intrusion system, and we're upgrading some old antiquated locks.
They're building a pergola and a lemonade stand for our upcoming summer camp season. They're redoing our archery shed, which we lovingly call the Caddy Shack.
Some much needed improvements for the program that continues to do so much for the students of Douglas County.
Stone Canyon is an extension of the learning environment for our students in their schools, in their classroom. Thousands of Douglas County School District students come to Stone Canyon on an annual basis to extend learning and experience learning in a very authentic sort of way.
These upgrades and renovations will leave a lasting impact on generations to come.
It's going to make such a huge difference in our day-to-day here at Stone Canyon.
Can't wait to see what the end of the day brings in the completion of all these projects, and most importantly, how that's going to positively impact our students and our community.
So, as you saw, this summer, Convergent selected Stone Canyon for its Step Up for Schools initiative. They provided hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer service, supplies, and more, and we are incredibly grateful. Stone Canyon is a very special place to be in Douglas County School District. So this evening, we are honored to recognize Convergent for their effort, and we have some Convergent reps with us here this evening. Would the following people please come join me up front? Chad Ferguson, Stephen Fisher, and Matt Collum. Matt couldn't make it, okay. I'd also like to have Stone Canyon Director Jolie Jones come and join us. and I am going to pass the microphone. So first, to you guys, tell us about the project, and again, you have our eternal gratitude for everything that you guys did, but we'd love to hear how it went.
Awesome, thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for having us this evening. To give a little more clarity on this project, this is something we've been doing since 2018, and Convergent, we're a global company, and across the U.S. we've actually donated through the Step Up program to 100 schools in need, both big and large. Here in Colorado, we chose Stone Canyon, and this past year in June, we put in over $500,000 worth of product and donated labor. That's through surveillance upgrades, mass notification, and some campus enhancement projects. So we had 400-ish people from our company there. Most are local people who either live or have students that go to Douglas County schools. We also had some national folks from our team as well. And what we're excited for is they got to experience this event and take it back to their offices and their communities, and we're looking forward to see what they do in 2025. So thanks again for having us.
I wasn't expecting to speak. Thank you. This is really a privilege for us. Like Chad said, our company decided about 5 years ago, we've got the resources, the scale, the reach, the expertise. Let's put it to work for the communities that we live in and work in and play in. And this Step Up program has just really taken our entire industry by storm. In fact, it's growing into an industry standard that we're starting to establish. So this has been a hallmark event this past year. It was huge. Chad was really the person that pulled the entire thing together and made it all go in partnership with everyone else. So we just want to say thank you. It's very cool to be a part of. We've been a partner of Douglas County now for 5 or 6 years, and to be able to continue to do that, very cool. So, right here.
I think for us, the impact was huge, right? First and foremost, we're a safer campus now. We can more effectively communicate across our 99 acres, which is a huge, huge thing. So thank you for that. Also, we got a much needed facelift. It just looks better coming onto property. It's brighter. It's a wonderful improvement. And our summer camp kiddos got to experience the benefits of it right away. I think just a few days after y'all left and made this impact, we had summer camp start. They were out there using that second Gaga pit, the first one, the original, and the second one, they were filling it up. They were using that pergola, that beautiful pergola, for all kinds of shade, for camp store. And we're excited to have our outdoor ed program come out and utilize all those benefits. So thank you so much.
I also want to introduce our Deputy Superintendent, Danelle Hyatt, who was able to be out there with you, and I'd love for her to say a few words about the experience.
So I just am overwhelmed with gratitude. I continue to be overwhelmed with gratitude for all of your contribution to Stone Canyon and to our Douglas County community. It was an awesome day. It was hot and everybody was working really hard. But I said in the video, can't wait to see what happens by the end of the day. And so we took the end of the day tour of the entire Stone Canyon grounds and campus, and we were just overwhelmed with how much had been done by this group of 400 plus people who all came together on behalf of our students and our community. I mean, it was truly remarkable. It brings a smile to my face because it just has a lasting impact for us. So the fun thing is we got to meet a lot of new people, and I have seen some of the Convergent team members on other projects in our district over the course of the last few weeks, and it's been fun to be able to connect and say hi and have had that experience at Stone Canyon together. So anyway, lasting relationships and partnerships, so thank you.
I too got to tour the after, and it was amazing. And in addition to everything Jolie mentioned about the kids really having an impact on the kids, taking advantage of it, we also experienced the lemonade stand, which was amazing. But truly, it was just the difference between the before and after is jaw-dropping. And the focus on the safety of our students and staff is tremendously appreciated. So from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have a plaque for you. Yeah. Great. No, you guys, everybody's in. Oh, he has the box. I'm so sorry. That's important. It is. What's in the box? You'll want that. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys were incredible. Reach out anytime.
Yes, we will.
Anytime,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Oh, I can't even tell you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 5, the acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the board approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Move to adopt.
Second.
All right, roll call. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. On to superintendent reports, item number 6.
Okay, that was fast. All right. So first of all, we want to welcome all of our staff, students, and families back to school. The positive energy across all of our schools was just amazing. I was actually telling the gentleman from Convergent, one of the wonderful things about our profession is that we get a do-over every year. So there's like this really great, fresh, happy start every year. And it's just amazing to experience. I'm very grateful to all of you for going out to schools and greeting our staff and our families. It means a lot that you did that, so thank you so much. And again, the slideshow was amazing, and I'd like to thank Tommy and Communications for putting that together. I've received multiple emails from staff members saying they've watched it more than once because it just made them feel so great about where they work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, it is with great honor that the Colorado Department of Education's Significant Support Network has awarded Fox Creek Elementary School with the distinction of being a significant supports needs model site. This is an incredible accomplishment, especially for our students with learning differences. It could not have been achieved without the very hard work of the Fox Creek Elementary School staff and our district staff in supporting the significant support needs programs at Fox Creek Elementary. So congratulations to Fox Creek. North Star Academy and Redstone Academy were both named iReady Super Stretch Growth Schools. These schools were recognized because they have more than 200 students that made 50% plus stretch growth for the year. North Star and Redstone were the 2 in Douglas County. There were a total of 11 across Colorado and only 170 across the United States. These schools will be formally acknowledged at a future board meeting. So congratulations to North Star and Redstone. Mountain Ridge and Mountain Vista High School, I just want to share with you the update regarding student safety and traffic concerns. District staff met with Douglas County last week to discuss the traffic along Wildcat Reserve Parkway and student safety. The group's members included the principals, security, risk management, cabinet, Douglas County traffic, and public works staff. The groups discussed multiple ways to improve the safety of students who are crossing Wildcat Reserve and Poston Parkway. Douglas County will continue to research traffic crossing patterns so that they can develop improvements. Douglas County will also be reviewing the traffic patterns going in and out of Mountain Vista and Mountain Ridge and make any necessary recommendations. Communication by the county and the district on pedestrian safety will increase, and the county, as it has at the beginning of this school year, and the county will partner with the sheriff's office to increase monitoring and enforcement of speeds in that area. And hopefully you noticed on the first day of school, I really want to do a shout out to our law enforcement partners. They were all over the streets leading to our schools to monitor traffic and pedestrian safety and to make sure that there wasn't any speeding. And I think they put everyone that they had out on the first day of school, and we are really grateful to that. And then finally, we have implemented new infrastructure and officially increased our bandwidth. So this has been a project that IT has been working on very diligently for almost a year, and we had a lot of supply chain challenges and other challenges. So now we have new bandwidth, much wider bandwidth, so our schools should no longer see any slowing of internet traffic. And then lastly, I would encourage, we are working to get the Board of Education more of the events going on across our district. So we encourage you to attend those, because again, it just means the world to all of us to see you out there among our schools. So you guys are amazing. Thank you very much. And that concludes my updates.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 7 into our study session, the staff bond recommendation for a 30-minute presentation followed by a 15-minute Q&A.
Me again. Hi. Okay, we have put together the official bond recommendation for the Board of Education. A lot of this you have seen before, but for the community, I want to make sure that I share all of the information around this recommendation and how it came about. So as you know, we have experienced tremendous challenges in our district with capital investment of our taxpayer assets as well as growth. We'll talk a little bit about bonds and what that has looked like historically, what they are, how they work, master capital plan, scenarios to address challenges, next steps, and questions and answers. So first of all, on the challenge side, as all of you are fully aware, we have many buildings that we are responsible for, over 90 schools, over 100 buildings, and the backlog of capital investment that should be made in these buildings is about $300 million. And according to the master capital plan, that backlog increases by about $35 million a year. For our community, just like your house, after 20 years, you need to get a new hot water heater or invest in remodeling your kitchen or your landscaping. All of those are an investment directly into the equity of your home. Likewise, these are necessary investments directly into the equity of our facilities, which is ultimately our taxpayers' equity. At the moment, we are spending taxpayer dollars and have been on avoidable and reactive measures due to the aging infrastructure not being updated. And we will continue to address growth with mobile classrooms and boundary changes in existing neighborhoods, which will move students further away from their own neighborhood school. So as you're aware, this map pretty much lays out our challenges with proximity of elementary schools for our families. Our families in Highlands Ranch have access to 18 neighborhood elementary schools for 38,000 homes. Our residents in Sterling Ranch, which is on the left of the map, Bridgegate and the Canyons on the right, do not have access to an elementary school in their community. So that's very much a change for Douglas County. Part of the promise of moving to Douglas County has always been that an elementary school would be within reasonable proximity of your home. And how do new schools get built? We have citizens ask us this a lot. I often hear the comment, developers should build new schools. So I do want to talk for a moment about how new schools get built. In Colorado, the law says that developers have to dedicate land for public schools and for park use. That is the developer's mandated contribution, is the land. Additionally, there is a voluntary impact fee per unit that developers in some jurisdictions pay, including some jurisdictions here in Douglas County, and that is somewhere around $750 to $1,200 a unit. So in Sterling Ranch, grand total, that impact fee has raised $3 million. A new school, as you know, is a $50 to $60 million proposition. So $3 million might build the parking lot, but will not build the school. Those impact fees are intended for growth-related expenses like mobile classrooms, as well as safety-related expenses like building crossing zones on the school that would eventually go in. At the end of the day, it is up to the citizens of Douglas County to provide schools to our community, the same way it's up to the citizens to provide any other kind of amenity to our community, from libraries to rec centers, et cetera. A school, however, is an incredibly necessary amenity. Our county supported 7 bonds from 1984 to 2006 in order to build the schools that we see before us now. All of the more modern schools with the brick design where they're all kind of the same, those schools were built with those bonds from 1984 to 2006. The last one was built in 2010, and unfortunately a bunch of them are turning 20 to 25 years old all at once. So see problem 1 about the maintenance log. Okay, so many of our taxpayers want to know, as we're talking about building new schools, what are you doing about areas of decline? And as you all are well aware, we have declining enrollment in areas throughout our pockets, throughout our county, but the most dramatic pocket, which we will talk about in the presentation after the recess, is the Highlands Ranch community. And so we are entering into a growth and decline process to consolidate schools in the Highlands Ranch community. That is the fiscally responsible thing to do, in addition to the most important reason, which is that we want to preserve opportunities for kids. It is absolutely our goal that students who move into a new community have access to an elementary nearby with opportunities for kids, and students in existing communities have access in their local schools to those same great opportunities. We want to make sure opportunities are not limited by where you live in the county. All right, a little bit about bonds in Douglas County. So I'm looking at you all, but I know that you know this, so I'm talking to our community as well as all of you. How bonds work. So a bond is a tax pact, the taxpayers authorizing the school district to enter into debt. Even if it's not a tax increase, we cannot enter into debt without the approval of the taxpayers because of the Tabor laws. So we have to ask the taxpayers' permission to take on debt in order to invest in the taxpayer assets that we are responsible for in order to preserve and create equity for our taxpayers. A bond mill is set to make those debt payments each year. So whatever our debt payments are, we set a mill levy each year to make sure that we raise just what we need for those debt payments. As our county gets bigger and those debt payments are on the shoulders of fewer and fewer homeowners, that impact on homeowners creeps down. And our best opportunity, last opportunity really, to pass debt without a taxpayer increase is 2024. So this is our last chance to be able to do a bond without an increase to taxpayer. The mill rate will remain flat at 5.2 mills. And we'll talk a little bit about that, what that looks like when I get to the graph. Like now. So you can see every 4 years, you can see that we have generally had passed bonds. Those are the red lines. I could have gone back to 1984 and you would have seen them pass on a regular cadence. The blue line above represents our tax rate for debt redemption. So that's our mortgage payment tax rate that we've charged taxpayers. That tax rate in 2012 was about 15 mils. Because the district did not take out more debt to continue to invest in the taxpayers' assets, our mill rate dropped down. It had to, because our debt payments got lower and lower as we were paying off debt. So as our debt payments got lower and lower, the citizens of Douglas County experienced a tremendous tax decrease. And so we call that a ratchet effect. The tax rate ratcheted down, and of course it can't go back up again without approval of the taxpayers. In 2022, the tax rate was almost 9 mils. So had we passed a bond in 2022, we would be sitting still at 9 mils, and we would probably have a very sustainable system going forward without future tax increases. However, when we did not pass that bond, it dropped down to 6.7, and then it dropped down to where it is today, which is 5.2 mils, because so it kept ratcheting down as we were unable to pass bonds. This is just a historic capital improvements in the metro area. This does not include the dollar amounts that various school districts across the metro area are thinking about asking for in 2024. At least 2, probably 3 of these districts are looking at asking for a $1 billion bond with a B in 2024. You can just see the relative investment in school buildings at different school districts across the metro area over the last 10 years or so. We have the smallest investment, even though we are the 3rd largest district in the state. And the districts that are larger have pretty significant investments. So the master capital plan that you all approved from the Long Range Planning Committee at the June meeting, that master capital plan for our taxpayers lays out all of the capital needs of the school district. So for our taxpayers listening today, that $300 million backlog is part of that master capital plan that indicates for every building exactly what improvements are needed in order to get that building up to where it should be. The master capital plan is approved by the Board of Education annually. And so we have worked really hard to show the Board of Education financial plans that can help you actually pay for the master capital plan that's approved annually. And this is just an overview for our people who are looking at these slides of the master capital plan and kind of where all those different expenses lie. The master capital plan lays out for 5 years capital investment needed in our various facilities, and it lays out a 5-year and a 6 to 10-year plan for new construction based on projections and what will be needed in the future. So financial planning for the master capital plan means that we need to talk about not just this bond election, but looking forward, how we continue to fund the master capital plan moving forward. And we've had a lot of conversations about that over the last 6 months or so. At the end of the day, we will need a mill rate somewhere around between 8 and 10 in order to continue to pass debt without affecting that mill rate. But the current proposal would not raise our mill rate at all. I want to tell you why staff is recommending 490. So you may remember from the last presentation I gave, we talked about 2 scenarios, 490 and 590. And we decided to poll both scenarios. 590 would have given us, would have boosted that mill rate a little bit so that later on we would not have to ask for as significant of a tax increase when we make an investment again in 4 years or so. However, 590 polled at about 48%. It was actually a really, really clear answer. 590 polled at about 48%, while 490 polled at 60%. So that made it a nice, clear path for staff in terms of what we would recommend to the Board of Education based on what looks the most likely to be able to move forward. So this is the $490 million bond proposal. This is a summary, although our watching citizens can click into any of those links to see an incredible level of detail as far as what is covered by the 490. I'm just going to share some highlights. 2 new elementary schools in Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate. Now, I often get asked why there are not 3, as 3 were in the last 2 bond proposals. There are not 3 for several reasons. One is inflation. So as inflation came, the cost of putting a 3rd elementary school in became very difficult. But 2, and I believe most importantly, we made the decision to recommend an investment in Highlands Ranch to ensure that we are providing those great opportunities for students, even as we are consolidating buildings in Highlands Ranch. Those are the main reasons that we do not have 3, we have 2. And I do want to address why we picked the 2 that we picked, Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate. Sterling Ranch is a really easy one. There are no schools in proximity. The nearest schools are all being overwhelmed already, and certainly over the next 5 years will be significantly more overwhelmed than they are. There are already enough students in Sterling Ranch to fill 2 elementary schools, and they're all flooding into the edge of Highlands Ranch and into Roxborough, and that will continue. The pressure on those schools will become tremendous. In Highlands Ranch, we will have to reboundary those schools on the edge. We'll have to reboundary the families closest to them further into Highlands Ranch in order to accommodate the overflow from Sterling Ranch. So that one was easy. Ridgegate was a different analysis. The canyons and Ridgegate have both been very close in terms of which one would be a priority. And I do want to explain staff's logic for recommending the Ridgegate community be the one that receives the new elementary school. The canyons is much more built out than Ridgegate, and those students are going across I-25 to Buffalo Ridge Timber Trail. Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail are actually handling the excess capacity and are expected to be able to handle the excess capacity for the next 4 to 5 years or so. So we may still need a Canyons Elementary just on a future bond. Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail, while they are on the other side of I-25, they are a reasonable-ish proximity from the canyons. What I explained to the Castle Pines Town Council is that we're walking this tightrope between providing a school that's in proximity of new communities, but what we don't want to do is create a capacity problem for ourselves. We'd like to solve proximity and capacity. If we build an elementary school in the canyons, Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail will be very, very much impacted. They will go from high enrollment to very low enrollment. And so we don't want to have that kind of negative impact while trying to solve one problem, we're creating more. In Ridgegate, the nearest elementary school where Ridgegate kids would be assigned to is actually Eagle Ridge Elementary. So not only is it on the other side of I-25, it's actually on the other side of Lone Tree. It is a much longer drive from Ridgegate to Eagle Ridge. Eagle Ridge is only one school, it's not two, so it will not be able to handle the overload. It's already overloaded. It will not be able to handle additional overload from the Ridgegate community. So like Sterling Ranch in the Ridgegate community, we would be solving both proximity and capacity with that school. So that's a little bit of the rationale. The Sierra Middle School expansion will help us absorb the growth from the Crowfoot Valley corridor, although that is going to continue to be a challenge for us. And as we're looking at future bonds, we will really need to look at the Crowfoot corridor. Legacy Campus Phase 2, which is pathways, additional pathways at Legacy to include construction, HVAC, electrical, carpentry, electric vehicle maintenance, and advanced manufacturing. So all of those would be added to our Legacy campus. We would add a cosmetology pathway at Douglas County High School. We have cosmetology at Highlands Ranch High School. It has a tremendously long wait list, and students on the east side of I-25 do not have easy access to it, even though our schedules are aligned. It's a really long drive. So we'd like to offer it on the east side of I-25 as well. Likewise, automotive is currently only offered on the west side of I-25, on the east side of I-25. So we would like to offer it on the west side of I-25, including Highlands Ranch High School. And then finally, Parkland Phase 3, or Phase 2, so expanding Parkland to accommodate additional programming for our students with special educational needs, and then programming expansion for our growth and decline process in Highlands Ranch. So as we consolidate schools in Highlands Ranch, we will invest in those destination buildings to ensure that the promise of opportunities for students is something that we deliver on. And then, of course, the bond will cover tremendous capital renewal and replacement. Anyone watching this can find from the attached bond plan, they can look up their specific school to see exactly what those changes are. All right, and I talked about this, why we prioritized Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate. And then finally, the $490 million bond proposal has no tax increase. There is no tax rate increase with $490 million. We are able to restructure so that sunsetting debt is replaced by new debt, and our debt payment remains under that 5.2 mil mark so that we can pay it off with 5.2 mils. So it is a zero tax rate increase. And so that's really great for our taxpayers. It means their tax bill won't be affected by a $490 million bond, and we were able to have the question be accordingly reflective of that fact. I do want to make sure that I say that it does mean that if we, when we look to a future bond in 4 years or whatever it might be, when we look to a future bond, that will be a tax rate increase for our taxpayers because we cannot sustain what we have at 5.2 mils. Here is the proposed ballot language for the $590 million question, or the $490 million bond. This is the ballot language that was tested in the poll, with the exception that the last paragraph was consolidated in the poll for the purposes of having to read it over the phone. And so it was essentially the first sentence of the last paragraph and then that very last sentence that were shared in the poll. But the beginning part is all verbatim what was in the poll. So I just want to read the first paragraph because I think it's really important. Last poll, we polled a question that said without an increase in the current mill rate of 5.2 mils. This polled a whole lot better. This language is without imposing any new tax. Shall Douglas County School District debt be increased $490 million with a maximum total repayment cost not to exceed once again, I don't have my glasses on, $895 million. Thank goodness it doesn't say $1 billion, for the purposes of enhancing educational opportunities for students by updating and equipping aging schools and facilities, building additional career and technical education pathways, including for students with special educational needs, by constructing and expanding school facilities, constructing, equipping, and expanding neighborhood schools to accommodate growth and reduce overcrowding, and upgrading safety and security. So this is just a summary of all of the highlights, which of course, hopefully all the individual information, of course, will be in our website as well as hopefully in the Blue Book. So that's our proposed ballot language. I can't finish this presentation without telling you what happens if we don't have a bond, either if one is put on the ballot and doesn't pass, or if it's not put on the ballot. These are the impacts that would have on students. The biggest impact will be the continued growth will mean that students in new communities will continue to be directed to existing communities, which will cause students in existing communities to be relocated to schools further away from their homes as well. Transportation will continue to be impacted. The new communities not having a school within proximity is of course exacerbating our transportation challenges by adding additional routes that would not be there if the students had the ability to walk to a neighborhood school. The schools that our students are attending across our district are continuing to age, and capital needs are becoming increasingly urgent. Our principals and our operations staff have done a great job of making our buildings look and feel welcoming and like they're in really good shape. But under the covers, we need boilers and chillers and HVAC systems and new roofs, all of the things that people's homes also need in order to maintain their equity. The 2018 bond, so I hate to go all the way back to 2018, which was now 6 years ago, but the 2018 bond covered the backlog of the most urgent Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital needs, but through 2021. So we are once again playing catch up for the last 3 years, in addition to trying to look forward. And so the ability to provide safe and adequate educational spaces for students which we know is what's best for their learning, that would be compromised by our inability to take on this debt. The financial impacts without taking on a bond, we will continue to have inflation impact what it will cost to eventually make these investments in our buildings and build new schools. Moving mobiles, we spend about $1 million a year moving mobiles. As I mentioned, our backlog is about $35 million a year added to that backlog, accumulated. Longer crowded, more crowded bus routes, which also has an impact on our ability to go off of our rolling blackouts, which we're working really hard to do. Maintenance of older buses cost us $2 million every single year that we would not spend if the buses were newer and in good condition. Temporary building systems are $1 million per year. Increases in operations and maintenance budgets are $1 million a year. Temporary school closures could cost millions. If we have to close a school and relocate students, that would cost millions. And the last one is the resulting decrease in our tax rate will make it nearly impossible for us to pass future bonds. If we don't pass a bond, that 5.2 will ratchet down again, and it will make it nearly impossible for us to pass future bonds. And so this graph shows that impact. So you can see it would drop from 5.2 to 3.8. And so when we do ask for one, if we don't ask for one this time, it would be a significant tax increase to get from 3.8 back even up to 5, let alone to where we need to be, which is in about 9 to 10. Okay, so here are our next steps. You all have already approved the resolution regarding the appointment of the designated election official, which we have been able to shift given our situation, and our notice of intent, that's complete. The second poll is complete, and you will hear a briefing on that poll after this. The final staff recommendation has just been presented. On August 27th, you would be asked to consider an election resolution to place a $490 million bond on the ballot, as well as approving the official bond plan, which has exactly the details of where those improvements are. And so we will also recommend, of course, the extension of the charter of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, because should we be fortunate enough to pass a $490 million bond, we will be keeping that committee in business for quite a while. Okay, so with that, I'm going to address any questions you have, keeping in mind that the polling will be coming right up behind me.
Great, thank you. Just really quick, I have two questions. The first one is, I've been asked, is there a way that we can sell any excess land to raise capital?
Thank you so much for that question. We are always looking at opportunities to make sure that we are taking advantage of the ability to sell excess land. And as you know, we have done that. In fact, I think even since I have been here in the last 2.5 years, we have sold 3 or 4 sites. But I need our taxpayers to keep in mind that when we do sell a site, we generally get about $1 million to $2 million for a site. We've gotten anywhere from $500,000 to $4 million, but it'll generally be about $1 to $2 million for a site. So even if we were to offload every excess site that we have, again, we'd barely be able to pay for a parking lot. It's all relative, right? A new school alone is a $50 to $60 million proposition, which we could never raise from selling land. Our backlog is a $300 million proposition. Even the $35 million a year being added to our backlog, even if we sold everything we had, we would not be able to pay for 1 year.
Great, thank you. And then my second question was about the bond, the ballot language. So if we can pull that up really quickly. So I understand that we pulled this already. So I guess I'm a little bit worried with the words that say without imposing any new tax. So while I understand the impact of current taxes won't be raised, I still think that we are adding debt, right? So is there a way to say without, I don't know, increasing our current tax rate or something like that, that still says that, but it's not saying any new tax? Just a question. I'm not sure if that's
Thank you for that question, and I may ask our folks to come up and help me answer this, or at least to check me on my answer. So the without imposing, as we discussed, without imposing any new tax, definitely polled really well. And it also, if you look at the last paragraph is a little bit longer than the question that we considered before, because the last paragraph is explaining what you just said. It's explaining why there is no new tax imposed. How did I do, ladies? Do you have anything to add?
I do.
Yes, please.
So this is an extension of expiring taxes. So you've had prior bond elections, and each of those election questions had a maximum dollar amount that you could impose in each year. Those elections were in 2000, 2002, 3, 6, and 18. So if you add up those maximum dollar amounts, that is the maximum amount that's already been approved by the voters. You can always impose that amount to pay your existing bonds. It's 80 million-ish. So without increasing any of those amounts that have already been approved, you can pay this debt as well. So you're not increasing taxes, you're extending an expiring tax. If you say we're not imposing a new rate, that's not true, because you might have to. Because the mill levy rate is different than the
Sure.
tax revenue.
Okay,
Is that fine?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you.
great. Thank you. Okay, Director Thompson.
Yep, a couple quick questions. If you could go back to slide 23, just for anybody in the community that might be listening for the first time, if you could just expand briefly, I thought it was 23.
They're not numbered, so can you
Oh,
describe
yeah,
the slide?
the financial impacts without a bond.
Thank you.
There you go. Yep,
Got it.
that one.
Thank you.
Yep, if, just for anybody who might be newer to the conversation, if you could explain why school closures is a risk for us, and then what temporary building systems are.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Let me start with temporary building systems. So I'll give you an example. We had our HVAC units in our Lone Tree facility go out. They were out. So there was no air conditioning or heat for those facilities. And so we had to bring in temporary systems. I can't remember if it was to heat or to air condition. Either way, it's bad. We had to bring in temporary systems, rent essentially big temporary systems to bring in to try to keep that building habitable. And thankfully, it's a small building, so we were able to do that. That cost us a lot of money that we wouldn't have spent had we had the ability to replace those HVAC units on their replacement cycle. And so to the second question, let's play that out and say that that had happened in a big proper sized school. We would not have enough temporary systems to be able to keep the air circulating. So we would actually have to hold schools somewhere else. And holding schools somewhere else is a very, very significant proposition, and probably, assuming we could find us somewhere else, like a large, massive church or something, the rental of that space would be incredibly cost prohibitive, as well as just the experience for our students and our families. Their learning, of course, would not be an ideal environment for their learning if they had to be moved out of their school.
Great, thank you. And then I know on the agenda, we included the bond plan. How is that going to be distributed?
Thank you for the question. The bond plans will be on our website. It's big, so we aren't going to be printing it for every family, but it will be on our website. And we did give our schools, you all helped us give our schools on the first day of school factual-based information on what would be covered if a bond should pass. And that included a QR code that will take families or community members directly to the page that has the bond plan.
Awesome. I saw on the very last page, it shows how each school would benefit. I personally found that really helpful last year. And that's currently just a QR code. So if it's going to be online, can we make it a clickable link?
It will be a clickable link. And of course, in our emails to our community, et cetera, will be a clickable link. On your question around how each school would benefit, we've done this twice, and this will be our third time. We're getting very good at this. Each school will receive a communications toolkit that includes email templates as well as posters and information they can get out to their families that specifies what a potential bond would cover in their specific school, as well as their specific middle school and high school, which of course the parents care about too, because their kids will be going up through that feeder system, as well as district-wide things like a cosmetology pathway being available on the other side of I-25.
Okay. And then last little comment, because we talked about some of the highlights if a bond were to pass, including expansion of different pathways. I had the opportunity to have my hair done by a graduate from Chaparral High School who did the cosmetology program and talked about the benefits of it. Also talked about how the wait list and the fear of not being able to do the program, and then how much it saved her that she was able to do the program and start working once she graduated. So just a shout out for our students and the importance of these pathways. So thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
Thank you for all the work you've put into this presentation, and the recommendation, I think, is a wise one. I just wanted to address one of the attachments to this agenda item was from the FOC. They wrote up just comments on the proposed bond measure because that's part of their job as our committee when we are thinking putting debt to the school district. And they wrote this up before they even knew what was recommended. So they just commented on some presentations they were provided with, the master capital plan. And on their very last bullet point, they did say, as such, the FOC agrees that a bond would be the preferred method of funding the master capital plan. They also mentioned all the different other funding methods that were presented and they thought through. So I just wanted to bring that to community's attention that our Citizens Committee on looking at our fiscal oversight thinks this is the best plan forward to meet our capital needs, meet our growth. And thank you to that committee and to James Coop, the chair, for writing that up.
Okay, Director Myers.
Superintendent Kane, I apologize up front if I should already know this. And so, real quick, from 2006 to 2018, were there bonds that were placed on the ballot? They did have some bonds placed on the ballot.
Ooh, there were. You're going to test my memory, though.
Okay, no, and you can always get back to me.
Yes, thank you for the question. There have been, during those gaps, there have occasionally been
That's
bonds
12
placed
years.
on the ballot that were not successful for whatever reason, a lot of which my theory is relate to the economy at the time. You may remember that the worldwide markets, financial markets collapsed in 2008, and that kind of set a trajectory of not wanting to pass things.
And I don't know during that time, and that makes sense because of that, but I wonder during that time, did the county at all maybe see a significant increase in the retirement or the no kids in the school district? Is that when we maybe had that?
Thank you for your
Senior group?
question. Yes, all of those factors went together in our growth and decline presentation. I do actually have, thanks to Larry Mugler of Long Range Planning, I do actually have a chart on the senior citizen population in Douglas County and how it's changed over time.
And real quick, my last one, the FOC comments that Director Weiniger pointed to, if we vote to put the bond on and if the bond passes, can we look at, will we be able to look at some of their recommendations, to maybe help out? I know Mesa needs expansion. There are other schools that need, the operational expenses possibly, and I know this would be wishful thinking if the rate of what everything costs would go down, that if we could, if we do get to do a little bit more than what we're asking for in the bond.
Thank you for your question. We do have a contingency line item in the bond that is actually, because we're concerned about costs actually being higher than we anticipated. But we did estimate the bond pretty conservatively. So if we do have if we do save because it costs a little less than we thought, we can use those for, as long as the purposes fall into the categories that were laid out in the question. We would work with our Citizens Oversight Committee to prioritize other things in the master capital plan with those savings as long as it falls into those questions or those bullet points.
And last comment is thinking about when we talked about our growth and decline, there's a possibility with some of our schools merging, and we had talked about this before, that we would be released of some properties that we rent. So we'll save some money there. So I'm just kind of scrapping and thinking if, and I know our finance department does that so well, and that we can just really start maybe putting some ideas together that would help us do some of the things that's going to need to be done.
That's actually a really great question. Also, I'm glad you asked it because I do think there are a lot of citizens with those kinds of questions. When we do consolidate schools in Highlands Ranch, the investment would go into the destination building to ensure that, we're providing incredible opportunities for students. The buildings that are left behind, the unused buildings, would be unused for about half a heartbeat. We have many, many educational needs for those buildings, and we do pay a significant amount of rent every year for educational programs as well as for office space and other reasons. So we have been making a concerted effort to try to bring everything in-house so that we are not paying rent, because of course paying rent is not the best and highest use of our resources. So this would allow us to begin to get out of some of those leases.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Director Geiger.
This is excellent, continues to be excellent. I appreciate you making it as clear as possible. First, I'd like you to address, a citizen brought to me this week about some misinformation that was circulating shockingly on Facebook. That someone had done some research and saw that the Douglas County Schools amount of debt was higher than some other places, and that was why we couldn't pay our teachers enough. Can you clarify that those two buckets of money have nothing to do with each other?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we receive revenue under the School Finance Act every single year per student in order to educate students. So that revenue is intended to be spent on the students that we are educating. So that means operational expenses like their supplies and the salaries of their teachers and the salaries of staff that are supporting them, et cetera. Those are all operational expenses, and that is what the per pupil revenue that we receive from the state of Colorado is meant to be. Likewise, our mill levy overrides that we have passed are on operational expenses, and that has been what has been stated in the ballot question. Capital expenses generally come from passing a bond. Now, you can, as presented at the last meeting, you can set aside operational expenses every year to try to save up enough money to build whatever it is you need to build. But if we were to do that, for example, to build a new school in Sterling Ranch, by the time we had saved up $50 to $60 million, all of those catastrophic impacts would already have taken place. And so normally the recommendation is to take out debt so that you can build those facilities so that the kids can have the kids in the community can have the benefit of those facilities when that benefit is really needed. I hope that helps answer your question.
Well, of course, it wasn't my question because I knew, but I appreciated you having the chance to do that. Couple other matters. Our friends in the canyons at Castle Pines have been very supportive, and we appreciate that. Will the new elementaries, can you detail exactly where the Ridgegate location is? And is it possible that some persons in the canyons would be able, either within its boundary area or able to choice into the new Ridgegate Elementary School?
Thank you. So I'm not going to be able to tell you off the top of my head. I can see a map in my head, but I'm better off not doing that. The Ridgegate site, though, would certainly be accessible to people in the canyons should they want to open enroll. There hasn't been a decision or a discussion about where the canyons would be assigned in the long run, but right now they're assigned to the Rock Canyon feeder, and I don't anticipate that changing for a while. So they could certainly open enroll in a Ridgegate Elementary School if they wanted to. I wanted to add one thing to the last question, so thank you for the clarification from Kim. I want to make sure that I'm clear on when we do have debt questions authorized by the taxpayers, those can truly only be used on capital expenses. The debt that we raise cannot be mixed into teacher salaries and operational expenses. So I want to make sure I make that clear.
So to summarize, and correct me if I'm wrong, increasing the debt through a bond proposal in no way impacts our ability to pay our teachers.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, just because you know that this has been something I've worked on for years. First of all, LRPC, which we are liaison with, does not take a position on solutions for their problems, but they have for decades pointed out this problem that our schools are deteriorating. There's just no way to do that. This week, my air conditioning went out. Cost me $2,800. If I'd been able to plan for it, it wouldn't have cost me $2,800. It would have cost me $700. We can't run a school like that. I know that we've had continuing issues. I know that we have those issues. Part of the idea here is to educate our taxpayers that we have to continue to maintain the buildings we have and address the ones we need. I hate to say get in a habit of passing bonds because we shouldn't. That should be considered each time. But it is partially teaching the people who pay the taxes here that this is the cost of us continuing to be a county that attracts young families and students, and not a county that is dedicated to becoming a retirement community, because I don't think that's what we plan on being.
I think that is a really, really good question. In order to continue to attract young families to this county, we have to have really amazing places for them to go to school. That's really, really important. Nobody wants to move into a community that has a reputation of allowing their school facilities to deteriorate. And so that is really important. We do have to continue to invest. Your example was great, the same way that all of us have to continue to invest in our homes. The longer we stay in our homes, the more we have to invest, right? We have to change all the things, new roof, remodeling, new landscaping, new driveway when it falls apart, whatever. All of those things hold true for our school buildings. We have to be able to continue to invest, and the only way to do that from a pragmatic standpoint is passing bonds on a regular cadence. And if we are able to slowly have our tax rate get to about 8 or 9, we should be able to continue to invest and build without increases to tax rates. So that would be the ideal state. Unfortunately, when we dropped, we left that ideal state. So that's what it would look like, though, in the future.
And finally, as much as I love your presentation, the one thing I think it misses is this. There is absolutely, and your excellent cabinet, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. There is absolutely clear evidence from across the country over the last decades that physical environment creates learning opportunities. That if we continue to house our children in deteriorating schools, that will eventually have an impact on their educational achievement.
Yes, you are 100% correct. It will have an impact on their educational achievement. It will also have an impact, frankly, on their safety. Because deteriorating buildings, also, that's a struggle. Even thinking about, Director Moore and I went to Chaparral High School for the first day of school. Chaparral High School's track is, the track that the kids run on is extremely thin. It's gotten so worn down that it's incredibly thin. And so if a student were to fall on that track, they are much more likely to sustain an injury than a student who is on a well-maintained track. So that's just one example of the safety aspect, but 100% learning environments matter for academic achievement.
Thank you.
Director Moore.
Thank you, guys, everybody, for their hard work on this, and I appreciate all the effort that's gone into educating us so we can, make a good, strong, informed decision. And I think it's worth noting that over the last few months that we've been talking about this and getting the data and kind of digesting what the right approach is, I've been contacted by a lot of people unsolicited in the community. And the vast majority, 90%, either write me or tell me or encourage me that this is a no-brainer and this is something we need to do as a school district, which makes me feel pretty good to hear from people who are learning about the topic and say, hey, I want to go tell my representative that this is something they need to vote in favor of. And that's helped me in my decision-making process. But even one of those people is a very effective government anti-tax watchdog who has looked at this and says it makes zero sense not to pass this, and it would be malfeasance to not pass this. And that should tell you a lot, because this gentleman's pretty wise, pretty smart when it comes to this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying he's always right about how he perceives how government spends money, but in this particular case, he's spent a lot of time getting himself educated on this topic, and he even says this is something smart that this school district ought to do. And I think that's important to note as well. And just the last thing I want to say is, one of the buildings due to receive some upgrades from the bond if it passes is Sierra Middle School. And on the first day of school, I was with Executive Director Kane, and Superintendent Kane, and we toured the school, and the building is 50-plus years old. It is one of the older buildings we have in the school district. While it's in the town of Parker, it doesn't even have city water. It's on a well. And some days the water works, and some days it doesn't. And it's just unfathomable to me that we would ever bypass the opportunity to address that problem. So I hope everybody out there that's listening understands that while, yes, Douglas County is a very successful, perceived as upper middle class, highly educated county, and it definitely is, we have some really old infrastructure and some old buildings where our kids have to go learn. And we're not doing them a service if we don't solve that problem.
Thank you. Yes, in fact, sometimes the water backs up, which is even worse. So we do have several schools that are on wells, and that is one of them.
Director Meek?
Benefit going last. Everyone said everything. I just want to thank the staff so much for all the work. It's an excellent presentation and excellent materials. I really appreciate the conversation around explaining a mill levy override versus a bond, because I do think it can be really confusing. And I think we saw in the polling results even people questioning, thinking that it could be used towards staff salaries, et cetera. The way I like to look at it, the mill levy override's an investment in our staff, and the bond is an investment in our students, but also the teachers and the staff who are in those buildings. It's the learning environment. But the only other area that I would really emphasize, I think our schools are used pretty extensively by our community as well. So I wonder, do we have any stats on community usage of our facilities? Not that I need them right now. I'm just thinking that might be a really interesting item to put out there to our community, just how widely our buildings are utilized every day, every week.
Yeah, thank you. We do have the rental program is under my umbrella, and we have a lot of community. It's sports, it's HOAs, it's art classes and Lego classes. There's a lot of groups that come and use our facilities. We do charge them minimal rent for that, just so our taxpayers aren't covering the cost of their wear and tear on those buildings. And we get around $1 million to 1.2 in rent that we put right back into our schools to reinvest in some of that wear and tear and make them as great as we can using those funds. So I don't have a number of how many come through, but we don't charge them very much money, and that's a lot of money that we bring in to help the schools.
And one use that there are many, our communities do use our schools for many things. And among those things are elections.
So I was just thinking like the stats being X number of hours of usage per year, for our schools by our community. Because I do know there's a nominal fee we have to pay for, custodian service and, utilities and everything. But I think people may be shocked to see just how widely our schools and our facilities are used by our community.
Thank you.
Great, I think that's it. Thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you. I am now going to ask our polling folks to come on up. No?
Yes, moving on to item 8. June 2024 polling results regarding a potential bond initiative for a 20-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute discussion.
Can you hear me? There we go. All right. As you remember, back in April, I introduced you to Todd Vitale and Sean Walsh, who walked through polling numbers from back in March. We ran polling again in July, this time with double the number of people being surveyed, so up to 800. And so we want to go through the results of that with you. We do have Todd Vitale online with us. He is moving his child into college in Florida, so he couldn't be here in person. And Sean Walsh is here in person. So I'm going to hand it over to Todd. I'll help kind of shuffle through the slides and take it from there.
Thanks, Stacy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And you're going to put that up on a screen so I can see it, or how's that going to work?
Let me check here. Can he see the screen? I don't know.
No, he cannot currently see the screen. Let me go check with Tommy to see.
Okay. If you want to walk through, I can change through the slides. Or tell me what slide you want to be on.
I think we're going to start off, I think we're just going to start off showing the entry slide on that. Is that right?
Right now, we're showing slide number 2. So not the cover, but the next one.
Yeah, I can't see that, so I don't know how to quite navigate that. I mean, I could move through. I could just go through, if you tell me what slide we're on, I can just talk about it.
Yeah, let's do that. So we're starting right now on, if you've got it in front of you, I don't know, but basically the students are often given the grades of A, B, C, D, or fail.
Okay, slide 2, bottom,
Yep.
yeah, the number on the left. Great. Well, just before we kick it off, I just wanted to quickly give the overview that we did 800 likely voters this time, which was a higher number of interviews than we completed in previous surveys. The goal of which was to try to shrink that margin of error down to a degree in which we could increase our confidence in the results, particularly as we looked at some of the subgroups and some of the underlying numbers that we wanted to have confidence in. So just to give you a little sense for the sample, and of course this was done in mid-July. And so I guess I would just caution everybody that, indeed this is a snapshot in time geared towards getting a sense for where people currently stand on these issues. Obviously, as time passes, as communications and other campaign-related activities take place that can impact that. So anyway, we feel like we've got with a substantial sample, a really good snapshot of where we are right now. And I think the net of that is, at a high level, I would say we feel very good that we now have some ballot language and a price point that we think will be viable with voters, and we think we can be successful in a launched campaign in November to try to get us over 51%. And so obviously, given the history here and given the shaky economic environment that we've seen over time, I think none of that should be taken for granted. But indeed, I think through the hard work here of communications over the summer and a lot of hard work at the ballot language, we've got I think a path that's viable. For starters, I think you're looking at this first slide too, which really reflects, I think, one of the critical aspects of this, which is that voters in Douglas have a lot of goodwill towards the district, notwithstanding, some of the history and some of the, political acrimony that's been there. When asked to give the district a grade, we had a consistent result from March to July, but 68% who are giving the district an A, B, or C, and I think that reflects the quality of the work that you all are doing there. Similarly, switching to the next slide 3, we ask people to grade the facilities and buildings. And of course, this comes with a little bit of a double-edged sword, but the good news here is that we had also quite positive results, viewpoint of the viewpoint on the buildings and structures there, at 75% overall, ABC with over 60% who say A or B. And so, of course, that brings a double-edged sword in that. On the one hand, we think that, we see here that voters actually have a fair amount of goodwill and a lot of positive feelings toward the district and its buildings. But to the extent that we're asking them to consider increased investment in these buildings, there may be a little bit of a gap there in terms of our ability to communicate, our need to communicate, I should say, the extent to which these buildings require maintenance and upkeep, whether we're dealing with the backlog, all these things. A lot of that is new information to a lot of voters. And particularly, when we know that maybe only half of our voters have regular interaction with the district and its students, buildings, et cetera, that gap is something that we're very aware of. And I think that, we will need to continue to communicate about the need and not just explain the benefit or not just explain the bond itself, but to really make sure that in phase 1 of our communications effort, people understand the severity of the need and the condition of the buildings that we're trying to address. Okay, slide 4. Getting into what you're looking at here is our ballot test. And so we tested 2 versions of the ballot, as Aaron mentioned. This is the $490 million version without imposing a new tax. As you can see on this one, we came out with 60% who said that they would support this. 29% said they would oppose it. Importantly, other little metrics that I look at, for example, the comparison of the definite for versus definite against. As you can see, we're here at 26 definite yes, 14% definite no, and so a plus 12 on the definite and the intensity of attitudes on this. So again, not a guaranteed win, but under this proposal, under this framework, we do see a viable path, one that we think we can be successful with, even knowing that we're going to have opponents that are going to come out and put out negative messages on this. We think we can sustain that with a good campaign, a well-run campaign, and one that adheres to this bond particular proposal with this language. Just then looking at slide 5, this is a breakdown of kind of what those subgroups look like, and I'm not going to spend too much time getting into the depths of this because we did do a very comprehensive poll with a lot of subgroup analysis. But the net of it is, I just wanted to share is that really across the board with this proposal, you can see whether you're talking about Republicans that are over 50. Every subgroup, really, other than men over 55, were above 50%, and so that's I think quite positive and an indication that there's a path there to be successful. By way of comparison, looking at slide 6, this shares with you a little bit of for this particular proposal that we did test in March. We did see an increase in support over the end of the spring and the summer. Some of that, I'm no doubt, credit to the team that's been working hard to communicate some of the successes of the district, some of the performance metrics that I know that you're all excited about. A lot of that positive communication, I think, has helped. We also are looking at in July, both refined language and also as we get closer to the election, our modeling of the likely turnout always changes a little bit. And so anyway, this is the most up-to-date version of this, and I think you can see it was a positive in terms of the trajectory. So I think to the extent that momentum is very important and trends are very important. I think that we could see with this most recent poll that we did in fact see an increase in support over that period of time. which was encouraging. Just by way of cautionary tale, I'm showing you slide 7. In slide 7, you're looking at the version where we asked ballot, so half the people got 490, the one I just showed you previously with no tax increase, no rate increase. And then this is version B, which was the 590 million, which we could not say that there would be no increase in the rate. As you can see, a pretty significant gap in difference in the two there. And so as much as I know some people there would have loved to have had a little bit more money to work with to address these needs, I simply couldn't, come back and support. Voters would not support something that they perceive to be, more expensive and potentially costly to them. In their reaching into their pocket for more money. And so I think you are experiencing a little bit of the reality of the economy and some of the, the shaky nature of people's finances, their personal finances. And so to the extent that, that there is that sensitivity towards the price point, I think what we found in this poll is, in no uncertain terms, that there was a sensitivity to that. And that's higher price point with a tax rate increase does not get the support we would want. And so if we were to put this one forward, this suggests that the election were held today, we would lose it, 52-48. Meaning, the yes and the for is usually the number that stays fairly constant, or if you do your job. But in a campaign environment where you're getting, hits against it, the 42 would, much easier to grow the no on a campaign. So from a pollster's perspective, we look at, something like this, the proposition of a 590, and we would say that, yeah, the prospects of that were not very good. A bigger risk to put something forward like this. And so in that sense, it was good that we had some clarity on that. You don't always get that in polling. Sometimes it's mixed or super close. You can't tell really if voters are just discerning a difference there. And in this case, I think we had clear indication that there was a big difference in support between the 490 and the 590. Getting into then the bond messages. So after we tested the ballot, we then went in and asked a whole battery. We gave them a whole bunch of more information, and then we retest the ballot question to see what impact that information had. What it does is it enables us to weigh the relative importance of all of these pieces of information to voters. What are they keying in on? What's the information that they care the most about? And ultimately, what's the information that would make them more likely than to support the proposal? So you can kind of get a little sense for what these messages are. And I know Aaron touched on a number of them, but the net of that, looking at slide 10, and this is kind of a summary slide of all of those messages. And at the very, kind of the first column is the number one rated message for that group. The second column to the right is the second best message. Again, we kind of looked at a whole battery of issues, and one of the key groups that I would, look at as a campaign, you look at that persuadable group, the 58% who don't have a hard position yet on this issue. And, at that highest level, kind of the umbrella group, if you will, the persuadables, the fact that we can do this as a restructure of the debt, keeping the tax rate the same, and the fact that the bond would not raise the property taxes, increase the taxes you're paying for schools, that information, that kind of fiscal conservative note proved to be very important. And I think our ability to say that is kind of fundamental to our success on this. Once we drop down in, into some of the specific subgroups, so not just the entire universe here of district voters, but looking at these subgroups, we also saw that there were other messages that didn't have as much broad appeal, but then with specific groups proved to be the most effective. So for example, that, older male, slightly more conservative group, tend to have less interaction with the school day to day, but the thought that we could that we would increase investment in the athletic and extracurricular facilities, which require major upgrade, that was fundamental to that group. And so I think our ability to communicate some of these sub messages to these groups during, the campaign mode if we decide to move forward. I think that these are the messages that that ultimately will prove to move those individual groups. And so whether you're talking about, more targeted messages through direct mail or through digital, again, we touched on a number of these, but whether you're talking about modular classroom units and the amount of money that we're wasting on temporary units, whether we're talking about stopgap measures to continue to try to duct tape things together in a temporary way, whether we're talking about increasing the number of transportation and busing that we do in the district, not resonating with that kind of less than college, less 75K group. So anyway, there's different groups that have responding to different messages that would be ultimately be recommended we target those. Moving then to slide 11 and 12, actually, let's go to 12. We wanted to understand a little bit better. One of the follow-ups we did was to the ballot. And in this case, we asked people, you're just looking at those who said they would support the bond measure. And we said, of these two explanations, viewpoints, which one is closer to your own view? And, the net of this was that majority of people who said they support it, it was because of the goodwill they feel towards the district. There was another 35% that said it was because they didn't think that they have the resources they need to currently be successful. And so a little bit of a distinction there between the two different supporter types. Importantly, and along those same lines, slide 13, we asked people of those who said they opposed it, what was the reasoning behind that? Is it that they didn't have confidence in the district and that they think things are going on the wrong track? That was the minority position at 26%. In fact, a majority of those who said they opposed it said that they believed that the district already had the funds it needed to be successful. And so I think that represents potentially an opportunity, for improvement on that front. Again, to the extent that people learn and understand a little bit more about the need and about the funding of current buildings, I think that we could expect to even grow that support. And so I will finish with the final slide, which was we laid out the two arguments, the best argument for and the best argument against, and this is slide 14. The net of that, so this is after we shared a whole bunch of information at the end of the poll. We kind of stood up the two best arguments for and against, and just to see how that would shake out. And the net of that was 54% on the pro bond side, and you can get a little sense for what the texture of that was. And on the other side of that equation, a 36% who said they would be, they would take the anti-bond view. And so again, I think the idea being that in the context of two competing arguments, we believe that $490 million bond with no increase in the tax rate is one that we think we can sell even in the face of opposing arguments. The net of this is again, that I think we can look at this and say we've got a path to be successful. So with that, I'll put up, if you could put up slide 15 and just to summarize our takeaway from all this. Again, very positive attitudes towards the district. Because we know that only about half your voters are having regular interaction with the district, I think it does, it always raises the bar in terms of the challenge it is to communicate about the district and about the district needs, especially for those folks who don't have regular interaction with the district. I mentioned that, the 490 with no increase, 60%, it represented an increase in support over time. But again, not a layup. We know, given the history here, given the shaky economy, given the very political and partisan nature of the national ads that we're going to see running all the time, we know this is not going to be a layup, even, with a 490 no rate increase proposal. We do have to have consensus. We do have to show, I think, among the leadership of the district that there's consensus. This is a good plan. The more that we can be in sync there, I think the easier it will be for us to be successful. In terms of the targets, the most persuadable groups that I've proved that will come forward be Democrat women, younger women, college-educated women, and then Democrats and independents over 55. Again, the most challenging group, the most stubborn of the group would be these Republican men over 55. Again, I think that, that group ultimately, the support level for that group can come up as they learn about the fiscal responsibility of this approach. Again, I mentioned the messages and the targeted messages. Again, all in all, I think we've got something that can work here if that's what the board decides to do. So with that, I tried to race through that, but hopefully I didn't go too fast. But let me know if there's any other follow-up questions or any other suggested information that we need here.
Okay, all right. Just thank you so much for all of this. I have a couple questions. The first one is, I think last time we surveyed 400, is that correct? And we did 200 on one proposal and 200 on the other. Did we do the same thing except for 400 and 400?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
But the percentages of Republicans and Democrats and men and women and all that stuff was about the same on both sides?
It models the turnout, the expected turnout.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what Sean said is that, what we do is we make sure that the frame of our sample, it mirrors what we think is going to be the turnout percentages in November. And so we model all that. And that's a fluid thing, by the way. So, what we model in August may be slightly different than what we would model in, for example, last March. But generally that will be the case.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just two quick comments. One is, so the question I had last time was about us saying tax rate, but we're using tax rate a lot in this. So I just want to make sure that the messaging is consistent between the two, because it didn't feel that way to me. And then the other thing was the 58% persuadable is what I think I saw on one of those slides, which I think is, we could look at that as a negative thing, right? Because everyone could say that that means 58% could fall in the no category, but we could also look at that as certainly an opportunity to get there. So just figuring out how to get the message out and to educate the people that haven't necessarily had that opportunity yet. So that's all I had, but Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you, and we appreciate what you do. I got to be honest with you, having looked at these over the last 10 years, that was not a number I ever expected to see. And so I'm, of course, somewhat cynical about 60%, but I don't need 60%. I need 50.1. But the thing that struck me, and this is slide 5, does it give you continued confidence in your results about the fact that, with the exception of men who look like me, there is no group? We've literally not surveyed a single group where the majority opposes the bond? I'm reading that slide right, aren't I?
Yep. For the proposal A, yes. I mean, when we looked at proposal B, which was the 590 that didn't have the benefit of that language, there were a number of groups that dropped below that magic 50 mark.
But for the 590, I mean, there is no area in Douglas County that for the 490, there is no area of Douglas County where a majority opposes the bond. There is no demographic, again, with the exception of men 55 and over, who oppose the bond. There is no educational or economic demographic where the majority opposes the bond. And it doesn't matter if they have kids in the district or not, they support the bond. That's a number we've never seen before. So does all that consistency across the board say that we kind of have a bulwark, that this feels like a very strong representation of the community?
Brad, that question's for me. Yeah, I would say yes, to the extent that, anytime you've got a proposal on the table that's got 60% overall with over 50 of almost every group, I think that is the kind of framework that you look to start your campaign. On the other hand, so often I'm looking at a ballot that, you're starting off with something that's, in the low 50s, and that's a much, it's a much harder threshold to hold over a period of opposition campaign, especially if the opposition is funded, or if there's perception that the leadership is not, in all on the same page. When it becomes contentious, obviously these numbers can change quickly. But I think when you're looking at a proposal that, I think particularly conservative, more fiscally conservative voters are saying, hey, this is the most fiscally responsible thing to do. Meaning it would be irresponsible to continue to let us waste money on all these other things. That's where you're getting, majority support of all these groups, even the most, even the groups that would tend to be fiscally conservative, showing much higher support than they would otherwise have. So I think that's all very encouraging in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Director Meek?
On that same slide, so first off, thank you very much. It's very interesting to see the results every time they come back. I did notice Castle Rock, Castle Pines is at 49%. So that one is one geographic region that's.
We're only 35% place.
Yeah, so that was interesting. The one thing that jumped out at me though, and I wasn't sure I was reading this right, so those that have children poll at 59% support, and those without DCSD children is 62%. Is that unusual?
Well, I think in this case, I think just to be clear, we asked people specifically whether they had children in the district. And so, grandparents who have, had children in the district are also in somewhat in that yes category. So I don't think it's as quite straightforward as, maybe we tend to think on that. I think it has to do with, in part a lot how often you interact with the district. But in this case, like, you, for example, could not have children in the district, but still be a grandparent and say, yeah, I absolutely want to invest in the schools.
Thank you. I just was very curious about that. And I definitely think looking at this chart helps us think through how we need to go out and communicate to various stakeholder groups as well. So thank you.
Director Thompson?
So for slide 5, is this the percentages for the initial 4 or the informed?
Initial.
The initial? Okay.
Yeah, slide 5.
Okay.
You're saying slide 5?
Yeah, thank you. And then did we look and see if we noticed any trends between time 1 and time 2 among subgroups? Because it looks like Republican, that one went up for the 4 in that category, but was there any other notable trends in any of the groups?
Well, again, what you're looking at here on slide 5 is just the initial ballot. And so we did through iterations, obviously there was impacts to every group and how they responded to the different information that we shared. But, what you're looking at here is the initial. So this is, right now with the 490, with the no mill increase, at 56%, is the support level for Republicans among that proposal. Did I answer your question, or if not, maybe I didn't understand it?
Yeah, no, I pulled up the slides from the last time, and it just looked like we had quite a big jump for Republican. Initial was 46%, this time it's 56%. College, under 75K, that looked like that jumped. And then, of course, Director Meek pointed out Castle Pines. So I was just curious if those were notable trends, the difference between time 1 and time 2, if they're significant or not.
Because we changed the language a little bit, I think it's hard to do an apples to apples comparison. We're also talking about, I think that I would want to, if I were specifically wanting to see what that trend was, again, I would probably look, I would try to pull up both surveys and try to equalize and make sure that they're the right number, the same number of people, so that I'm not looking at sampling differences, but rather true movement. I guess to me though, when you're talking about, fluid things that are fluid like this, to have groups shift a little bit from one to the next poll, especially when we're changing language, is very common.
Thank you. It helps to say that it can be explained by the change in language. Appreciate it.
Director Myers?
Todd, one of the things that you said that I just caught, I'm thinking in my mind the ballot, and I'm thinking we've got federal, we've got state, we've got initiatives on the ballot, we've got officials on the ballot, then we get down to our local Douglas County, and now we have officials on the ballot, and then we come down to Douglas County School District, and we've got this ballot. So where in that scenario of a lot of the what the person is looking at with their ballot, when they get down to Douglas County, you know, after everything they voted on, you know, have we reached them? What are we going to do? You know, how's this going to look?
Yeah, it's very common, especially on a long ballot like that there is some drop off between who votes for the top choice, like on page 1 at the top, and who votes on page 3 at the bottom. There's always that drop off. But again, that's where the baton gets passed from the board to a well-funded campaign. You would hope that would be their job to make sure. And that's why you see the yard signs have that enumeration on it, so people know where to look on their ballot. So it just comes with the territory.
Superintendent Kane.
This seems like a great time to insert myself and just say that we do not anticipate that we will be able to have this issue be 5B. It will probably be 5A. So it's just important to note, for the board, and certainly we are taking note at the staff level that we are talking about bond and not 5B, because it will likely be 5A. At the end of the day, I think we kind of decided it probably wouldn't matter that much, but it's just something I wanted to make sure I said out loud at some point. So thank you for the opportunity, Director Myers.
Great. Anyone else? All right, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything that you did. And thanks to Director Meek and Director Moore for helping with all of the questions and that sort of thing. All right, on to item 9, which is a break, recess. So we are going to come back at 6:55. All right, the meeting of the board is back in session. Moving on to item number 10, under the work session for growth and decline for a 30-minute presentation and a 30-minute Q&A.
I promise, this is the last one that you're going to hear from me. I'm sure you guys are really sick of me at this point. So I'm here with Chief of Staff Steve Colella to talk about where we are in the growth and decline process. First, I want to thank the Board of Education for the discussion at the retreat in July. It was super, super helpful, and especially entering into a process like this, it was super important for staff to feel like we're on the right track and that we're on the same page as our Board of Education. And so I greatly appreciated that discussion and kind of where we landed. I'm going to do the first section of the slides. There's some possibility that I forget myself and keep going, but I'm going to try really hard to remember to stop and hand it over to Mr. Colella. This is what we are going to talk about tonight. Our realities, what we've said, what we've done, where we're going, and what we've learned. So these are our realities. In terms of our first principles, again, the discussion around school pairings is all about opportunities for our kids and making sure that our kids' opportunities are not driven by the community in which they live, whether it's growing or declining. The second one is that we're going to take care of all of our employees. And we have held very firm to this, that as a result of school consolidations, no one will lose a job. As a direct result of school consolidations, we are a very, very large district. So for our citizens out there that are listening and thinking, well, then you're not going to save any money. We are a very, very large district. And just through natural attrition, we have spaces for everyone. So while having the overall count be reduced. So we are going to make sure that all of our employees have a job if they want one, and we're going to make sure that we walk this walk alongside our families and our employees. We are going to do everything that we can to do this well and be transparent, and in most importantly, talk to the Board of Education often so that we can remain on the same page. That's going to be really important, that we're all going in the same direction. This is hard work, right? One thing we know is there's no silver bullet. So there's no chance that everybody says, woo, everything went perfect. We have done all we can to learn from other communities and other districts that have been through this process. And we feel pretty good about our plan, but something will go wrong. However, we will maintain a focus, a very laser-like focus on our families and on our staff and on taking care of them. It will still be hard, though, for our community to do consolidations, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that. Okay, so why are we even having this discussion? Opportunities for kids and staff are impacted when schools get smaller and smaller. Larger schools can easily hire more staff. They have a lot more flexibility. They have more flexibility in terms of programming that they offer for kids. It's easier to post a full-time job than it is to post a quarter of an FTE. Really hard to find employees who want to work just a quarter of the time, which, by the way, is every single day for a couple hours versus some kind of good schedule. Low enrollment schools mean that the teachers are taking on more responsibility. They're doing more, morning car line and crosswalk duty and playground duty, and all the things are divided over fewer people. So it just means more responsibility. It's also hard to have professional development and collaboration when there are not many teachers together in the same building, especially when there are not many teachers teaching the same grade level. And it's really hard to collaborate when you have an environment that's so much smaller. So why are we focusing on the North Planning area first? I think this slide pretty much says why. These are the birth rates by planning area. The north is in orange. So Highlands Ranch ramped up very ramped up with baby families very, 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 very quickly and very decisively, and then ramped back down just as quickly and just as decisively. And so you can see that the change in birth rate in that community is the most dramatic. That's why this is the place for us to start this process. This is the population of seniors that Director Myers was asking about earlier. You have Douglas County overall, that's the orange line. So in 2014, we had, I can't, sorry, hold on, I need my glasses. It stinks getting old. Okay, in 2014, we had 10% or so seniors in the county as a whole, and today it's 14%, or in 2022 it was 14%, presumably continuing to grow. And in Highlands Ranch, it grew even just a little bit more in terms of the percentage of seniors. And the more seniors we have, the fewer houses that are occupied by people having young kids. So this kind of puts it all in one big picture. As you've seen a million times, I have Highlands Ranch circled here. 18 elementary schools, 38,000 homes. But here's the kicker. In 2012, there were 10,500 neighborhood school elementary school students enrolled in those 18 schools. Today, that number is closer to 7,400 enrolled in those same 18 schools. By 2028, that number will be 6,500. So when you have 18 buildings for 10,500 kids and 18 buildings for 6,000 kids, that's not sustainable. That is not sustainable in terms of opportunities for students, and it's not sustainable financially because you're still paying for all the administration and all those things in the different buildings. And so you can just see those 18 buildings used to have 10,000 kids spread across them, and by 2028, that number will be closer to 6. And in fact, it will be 6. I do put in the caveats here that the projections above are actually based on not building a new school in Sterling Ranch. When we do build a new school in Sterling Ranch, that 6,476 will be closer to 6,000. Okay, and this gives you a sense for the financial impact of having small schools. This is a per student cost. What we did is we took an example of a thriving school, so a school that is large enough that it's able to have economy of scale and offer all those great opportunities for kids, and analyzed the per student cost just in their site-based budget. And then we took our small schools and averaged them to come up with the cost of their site-based budgets in total for those small schools. And you can see the delta is actually almost $2,500 a kid. So it costs almost $2,500 a student more to educate a student in a small school versus educating a student in a larger school. So today, if you total that up with the number of students in small schools, that's about $8 million in loss of opportunity across the district for our students. And going forward, that's a loss of $17 million. And $17 million is a very conservative number because this gap will continue to escalate the more small schools that we have. And so that number will likely be in the $20 to $25 million number in terms of the loss of opportunity because of those really small buildings. And then we just wanted to give you a real example of programming. So in a thriving elementary school, say 600 to 700 kids, we're able to offer language, we're able to offer STEM, art, full-time music. Advanced academic programming is actually much more flexible in a larger school. Multiple grade level teachers are able to collaborate because there are multiple teachers for each grade level. We have really robust intervention support. We have the ability to incorporate center-based programming. We have the ability to incorporate universal pre-K and have those robust extracurricular activities. In a school that is a very, very small school, those things are so much more limited. We're not able to do language. STEM and art are often sort of split, so they're getting kind of half and half. The music teacher is also the interventionist. Limited advanced programming, so they have to combine levels. If you're in advanced math as a 5th grader and a 4th grader, you're sort of roughly combined, and they try to make sure they're meeting all the needs within a classroom, and you have limited extracurricular activities. Now, when we talk about consolidations in Highlands Ranch, we are only talking about elementary schools. But the reason I am showing you middle schools in terms of the comparison is that middle schools are impacted here. If we are able to consolidate elementary schools and move more 6th graders from those consolidated schools to the middle school will become larger and will be able to be closer to thriving. So a thriving middle school has rich elective programming, specialized teacher, things like STEM, e-media, art, multiple world languages, choir, band, guitar, multiple sections of advanced courses. So if a middle schooler needs to take, algebra in 8th grade, and they also want to take culinary, they probably have an opportunity to do that because there's multiple sections of algebra available, and multiple content and grade level teachers, which helps with collaboration. A small middle school, the elective programming is extremely limited. Our smaller middle schools do try to offer the elective programming, but it takes a lot of creativity and workarounds. It's not nearly as robust as in a larger school, like part-time choir being combined with other subjects, et cetera. And that limited programming impacts the schedules, so that means the students have less flexibility in terms of what they have the opportunity to take. Going back to the algebra example or the advanced math example, if your advanced math is only offered one time a day and that happens to be also the time when 3 electives that you're passionate about are offered, suddenly you don't have the flexibility to be able to do the things that you want to be able to do. Okay, and now I am going to hand it over to Mr. Colella to go through the next 2 sections.
Good evening, directors. I just want to take you through what we've said, and we want to make sure that anybody tuning in for the first time can get a sense of the conversation to date. And it's been a conversation that's gone on for over a year, about a year and a half. Do you have the clicker, or is it right? Oh, right there. There you go. I don't want to belabor these. Again, this is just for anybody who's tuning in or want to access the PDF online. One slide I do want to focus on, though, is again, talk about our commitments and our first principles, and Superintendent Kane talked about some of those. We wanted to develop a proactive plan that addressed building elementary schools in our deserts, so our growth along with our decline, and to Superintendent Kane's credit and the team's credit, we've often coupled those conversations so that our community has a complete picture of what our enrollment looks like across the district. Our pairings would target a fall 2026 timeline. And the timelines that we have worked through, and we'll talk a little bit about tonight, very much still respect that timeline. No one is going to lose a job as a result of decline in pairings. We've said that from the jump, and we'll continue to say that till we're blue in the face. The district isn't, if we were to pair, the district isn't going to sell those buildings. We're going to keep those buildings. We have many, many uses for those buildings. Again, these are commitments that we've made for going on a year and a half. What have we done? So kudos to Assistant Superintendent Windsor and the North Planning Area Enrollment and Advisory Team. It's a big team made up of operations and communications, made up of staff, administration, and leaders across the district that got together starting last year once a month to talk about what does the operation of decline and pairing look like? What does the communications piece look like? We all know dollars and cents are really, really important. The numbers are really, really important. The people are more important. So taking on the operations and the communications was a phenomenal way to go, and that's a heck of a group. I walked into it in March, and those conversations are robust. We've identified a lot of issues, so I'm giving you a flavor of this right now. Some of them are obvious, some of them are less obvious, and Assistant Superintendent Windsor will tell you that this could probably go on for like 5 slides at least. Really thoughtful, really robust conversations, and we just want to give the board an idea that of those conversations, and there's a lot on our radar. We don't quite have answers for those, for everything up there, but we will for those and a number of others as we go along here. Again, it's a phenomenal group. We've had various out loud conversations, as I alluded to previously. We've either talked about decline discreetly in a discrete presentation or as part of a growth conversation. So this conversation has happened multiple times throughout the last year and a half or so. Superintendent Kane, during her State of the District presentation, talked about this, talking to all of our feeders and all of our staff about it. Highlands Ranch SACs, staff, school leaders are in surveys. That's gone on over the past year. The HR Metro District, the HR Community Association, Windcrest et al. This has been, the breadth of this conversation has been pretty darn wide and is going to continue moving forward. We also have a growth and decline webpage if you'd like to access it. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you. And on those, just jumping back to those engagements for a few minutes, some of these have been very, very recent. We were able to talk to the Long Range Planning Committee at their last meeting, the Board of County Commissioners. We were able to speak to the Board of County Commissioners at a work session last Tuesday. Windcrest has been in the last couple of weeks, the Metro District in the last couple of weeks, et cetera. And just to give you an idea, the preliminary feedback or the feedback that we've received from all of those organizations, I haven't heard a single person in any of those settings say, wait a minute, you do not need to close schools. That everyone sees this problem. It's like the problem, as Director Geiger alluded to, it's the problem that everyone has seen for quite some time. And that includes the folks that are living and breathing Highlands Ranch. Okay, where are we going? So our timeline is designed to make sure that in terms of our investment, staff's investment of time to use our time as efficiently as possible, that we're able to focus on the November 2024 elections and then really ramp up for growth and decline to make sure that we are ready to have those conversations about policy in January and February, and then about actual recommendations in April. I've included this timeline, which we went over at the Board of Education retreat in July, but I do want to just go through it a little bit for our community and for our board. We divided it into 3 phases: plan and engage, policy and decision, implement, and support. In the plan and engage phase, we would continue to have monthly meetings of the working group. Really those robust topics and conversations, one of the things we're really going to be doing during this plan and engage phase is figuring out what all the questions are, including the questions that we haven't thought of, or what if this scenario happens? What if this happens? And collecting all of those questions. It doesn't mean we have answers to all of those questions in this stage, but it means that we know we need to have answers to all of those questions for the next stage. So we would be working on getting answers or developing answers to those questions during this part of the stage in preparation for the next stage. We will be working on policy recommendations in preparation for the next stage. And in terms of engagement, we'll be continuing to talk to the community around Highlands Ranch, especially our staff in our schools, our school accountability committees, of course, hand in hand with our school leaders, who are absolutely amazing. We have had a number of conversations already on this topic, and I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our Highlands Ranch school leaders who understand this will be challenging, but also see the need. I had one school leader say to me, Erin, we just want to see kids get those opportunities, so let's go. And that's really amazing because all of us, our priority is opportunities for students. And so we'll continue to engage in those conversations during this phase. Then phase 2 will begin in about January with policy recommendations to the Board of Education. We are aiming for January, February kind of timeframe in terms of presenting some recommendations on policy. So policy is the first place we have to go so that we establish kind of what this looks like, because this won't be the only time that we have to engage in this process. So we need to build the airplane for future flights, right? In addition to just the one that we're about to take. So that policy framework will be really, really important. And then we would come forward with an actual recommendation on what schools would be consolidated, very specifically for the April Board of Education working session, for the Board of Education to make a decision at the April meeting. One of the pieces of advice that we received everywhere was don't go slow in that process. From the recommendation to the decision, the longer that process is drawn out, the more difficult it will get for the Board of Education and for everyone involved. So that's why it's kind of timed that way. And of course, we will be working during that phase to communicate decisions and potential decisions to the staff and families. During this phase, we anticipate by the end of this phase having taken on some additional temporary staff. The additional staff would support the community, the families, and the staff during phase 3. So we'll need to bring on those staff towards the end of phase 2 so that they are ready to extend a hand of support. Which leads us to phase 3, which is implement and support. I picture phase 3 as us constantly asking staff and families, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? How can we help? What do you need? This is the time when we will actually work through that last school year. So April 25, you all have made a decision. The 25-26 school year, they're in the same schools they were in the prior school year, with the consolidation for the 2026-27 school year. So that's the year when they'll need a lot of support as we work to bring two communities together into one community, whether it's at the grade level or if it's at the school level or the SACs or the PTOs. We'll really be supporting bringing two communities together for that April 26 consolidation or pairing timeframe. And also we'll continue to engage the community, continue to engage our families and our staff. What do you need? What do you need? How can we help? That's the time when we will be sharing over and over the answers to all of the questions that have been come up with and just supporting them. We will do everything we can to do as much of the construction as possible in the destination building so that in fall of 2026, when those two communities become one, hopefully the destination building improvements or most of the improvements will be in place so that we are all celebrating the grand opening of the destination buildings with those additional opportunities for students. And then, so this is just a reiteration that, again, the destination building with a successful bond would receive funding to be able to be improved. And our sixth graders from the paired communities would go to the middle school. So we have two, let's say we've got two schools, hypothetically, we have two schools of 300 students and we're going to pair them. That means if we just outright pair them, that means 600 students would now be in a school that's probably built for 500 students. The sixth graders going to middle school from those paired communities opens up a lot of opportunities. It gives additional opportunities to those sixth graders that they would not have otherwise had, because being part of that larger middle school environment opens up those electives, band, orchestra, all of those really great opportunities. It also helps our languishing middle schools in Highlands Ranch to become more thriving, providing opportunities to all of Highlands Ranch students. And there's still the aspect, what we would do is a partial sixth grade deployment. So there would still be sixth grade in some of the elementary schools in Highlands Ranch. So parents would be able to choice into another school if they feel really passionately about having sixth grade in the elementary school. So we're just trying to create those robust opportunities for students that we have throughout other parts of our school district. And then finally, what we've learned. Well, we've certainly learned that how we build our buildings now matters in 30 years. And so I want to make sure that I'm really clear that in no way is the following statement any kind of criticism. The district did an amazing job planning ahead and dealing with the community as it was. I still remember people being really upset about having to do year-round school because that's how the buildings in Highlands Ranch accommodated so many students. And can you imagine if we had built even more buildings, what kind of position we'd be in right now? So the district took amazing steps at that time. But we have also learned that if we build larger schools to begin with, so if our default school, instead of being 450 or 500, if our default elementary school is closer to 700 or 750, then 30 years from now, when that school is in declining enrollment, it's still going to be parked at about 450, which is 450 or even 500, which is still enough to have a thriving school. So, that's definitely one thing that we've learned. Bigger is better. The impact and costs of small schools. So we've learned a lot just doing all of that research. Continual conversations, input gathering, and preparation among our stakeholders is the best way to make the best decision. And we also know from all of our conversations with our colleagues in other districts that, there's a lot of logic and a lot of emotion that come with this conversation. And all of us jointly need to be prepared to make sure that we're ready to support both of those conversations and respect both of those conversations. And we really don't have other workable long-term solutions. If those buildings continue to get smaller and smaller, the loss of opportunity across our entire school district will continue to get larger and larger. Making significant boundary changes won't be super helpful, and adjusting feeders would be another potential option, but then you're just moving deck chairs around. So at the end of the day, we are trying to spread fewer kids over the same number of buildings, no matter how you slice it. What once held 10,000 kids, we're now spreading 6,000 kids in 2028 across that same number of buildings, and that isn't a sustainable solution for a school district that wants to maintain opportunities for our students. So with that, Mr. Colella and I are happy to take your questions, keeping in mind that, as I said, we have lots of questions established, but we don't have the detailed answers at this stage to those questions, but we definitely would love feedback on the framework and larger level questions.
So first, thank you so much to everyone involved in this. I know it's a lot of work, but it's such important work. So thank you very much, and this was really helpful. My question is more about, we're talking about marrying schools. We have 300 kids at this school, 300. How do we determine not which schools are marrying, but which location they end up at? What's the process that's being done to figure out which schools and where they land?
Thank you for that question. That will all be part of that policy development process. So in that January, February timeframe, we anticipate coming to the board with policy recommendations that will be things like, here are the things in a rubric that we will be considering. When considering the destination building, we'll need to consider road access and traffic and safety and a whole number of things. I think it's safe for us to tell you now that we will not make a policy recommendation that in some way suggests that we're evaluating worthiness. That is not part of the evaluation. Our schools in Highlands Ranch, every single one of them, are super high achieving and high growing, and they are doing an amazing job. In fact, the Highlands Ranch region is killing it. They're doing an amazing job. So this is a pairing those communities will be pairing two highly achieving, highly growing communities together, but putting them together in a facility that will be appropriate to provide amazing opportunities for students.
Great, thank you. And I agree that our educators, in particular, our leadership at those schools are excited about this and excited about having these discussions. I know last year when I was touring schools in Highlands Ranch, I would just ask, how are you feeling about this? And they're all like, we have to do it. This is what we have to do, and we're pumped, and we're going to make it work. So kudos to everyone out there having the discussions. And I think it is clear that all 7 of us want to do this well. So thank you for the work you're putting in, Director Myers.
So you said something during your talking to us about, and I didn't even really realize this, that larger schools, that building a larger school is best. So with saying that, does that mean if we pass the bond, then Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch will get that larger school, which to me means still a neighborhood school, but just a larger area of a neighborhood school?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, for a number of reasons, the Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate schools have been priced to be larger schools, certainly because we want them to be thriving now and 30 years from now. Also because it's so challenging for us to pass bonds that we want to get as many kids into the building as we can so that we can support as many kids as possible with one school, because it'll be a long time before we can go around and build, say, a second school. But yes, those larger schools we find are really necessary, and we do have some of them, and in areas where we have larger schools, they really are thriving.
So does that mean that this has kind of been in the working, and we've maybe known about this, so I'm assuming that there's a different, floor plan, a whole new look to our schools now that will be coming out?
Thank you for that question. Yes, on our future schools, we are doing a different architectural design than one of the footprints that we've typically had. That's also for a whole number of reasons. The security standards have changed so much since we developed the footprints that we have in place right now. And it's more cost effective for us to design a building for a specific site rather than trying to retroactively fit the site with an existing building design, if that makes sense. So the buildings will be designed specifically to the site. It is my hope, though, that they will still look like a DCSD school. Like you drive by it and you're driving by a DCSD school. But it will be designed much more to modern standards. And I don't know if COO Cosgrove has anything to add to that. It sounds like he doesn't. So, yeah.
And last one, I'm sorry. So am I making an assumption then that the developers are giving us setting aside larger pieces of property for us?
Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, we did change our requirements some time ago to ask for larger sites. So the sites that are in question are larger sites than what we have traditionally had for an elementary school. So we are definitely asking for larger sites now than we used to. And that's actually true for high school and middle school as well.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple quick questions. So first, on slides 9 and 10, where we compared small and large schools, my first question is, how many schools do we currently have, if you know, that are at like 600 to 700 students for elementary?
Yeah, hold on. I need to find my numbers. What I can tell you, I don't recall the exact number of schools, but I can tell you it's 3,192 students.
Okay.
So, we've got maybe 10 that are kind of in that small school size.
Okay, that's helpful. And then,
In Highlands Ranch.
okay, and then how do we respond to like the perceived benefits or assumptions of smaller schools? So for example, a perceived, or an assumption or perceived benefit might be like the size of the classrooms or other staff to student ratios. So if we're thinking about like school counselors or social workers, staff security, things like that, in a small school versus a large school.
Yeah, thank you for that question. There are some of those factors at play, but let's just pick that apart for a moment. So let's consider the classroom. There's often an assumption that a small school has smaller class sizes. That is absolutely not true. So a small school, if you have 32 first graders show up, you can't afford a second first grade teacher, so now you have 32 kids in first grade. There's kind of an area there. Whereas if you have 3 sections or 4 sections of a grade, additional students showing up still lets you maintain reasonable class sizes. Class sizes are actually really, really challenging in a small school, and sometimes classes have to be combined age levels, grade levels, which is less than ideal as well. I would like to see if Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor has anything to add to that answer.
I think those are great points, Superintendent Kane. I think it's the challenge of some of the perceived benefits. Having worked even in the Ponderosa feeder area, there was always a notion of being there's a lot of benefits around that. One of the challenges is not only are you looking at the single sections of classes or 2 sections of classes, it's then fitting in the specials and fitting in the other programming around the master scheduling, which can be a bit of a challenging when you have limited offerings as well too. And so that in of itself can also limit some of the courses too. But I really appreciate the question because you're exactly right. There's a lot of perception around smaller schools, smaller class sizes. I appreciate you pointing that out.
All right, and then just to follow up to that, when we're also thinking about marrying 2 schools, when we're thinking about just building space and the potential for more portables, things like that, just where, I don't know if you guys, where you're at in that process, because we haven't decided the school yet. We haven't decided, I know those are all factors, but.
Yeah, thank you for that. There may be a surge stage when it's actually a little too big for a few minutes, but this is all about making sure that we can sustain opportunities for kids in the long run. So whatever bumps are kind of in place, we'll have a big imbalance initially. There will still be some small schools, and then you'll have sort of these newly consolidated schools that are super big. The only way to mitigate that would be to, instead of consolidating 2 schools, it would be to split a community in half and put half of them in one building and half in another. And one of the lessons we have learned is that is really, really not great for kids, and it's definitely not great for families.
And then just my final question, I appreciated, well, it looks like it's slide 23 for me. Yeah, it is slide 23. The next steps for growth and decline. That was a helpful slide for me. How is DCF engaged in supporting the process?
Thank you. Actually, I met with DCF leadership, both Mr. Colella and I did. Was that last week? Yeah, we think it was last week. We met with DCF leadership to just get their, we want to get ideas from all of our community groups. Every community group has something to offer, has thought of scenarios and things that we haven't thought of, to include DCF leadership.
Great. Director Geiger.
It's very strange to watch this start to come into reality, having discussed it for so many years. No, I looked, the LRPC first started addressing this issue in 2016. We noticed enrollment in one school, declining enrollment in another. We thought we could fix it with boundary changes. Here's what we need to very much remember when we talk about smaller schools, when we talk about big schools, when we combine them. The demographics are not going to change. The time of Highlands Ranch having new growing families has, at least for the foreseeable future, ended. We have hired a demographer, Shannon Bingham. He tells us this. I have seen presentations from the state demographer. She tells us this. Bottom line is people are aging in their homes. People who are buying new homes are having fewer children, and they are having them later. We are bluntly behind a curve that is affecting Every county in the state. Denver will be facing declining enrollment. Fort Collins is facing declining enrollment, with a few exceptions, Weld County. Douglas County overall is fortunate that we are not facing a substantial declining enrollment. It's just right now in this area. So if we have some full schools, that will not be a long-term problem because the kids aren't coming to replace it. There's no cavalry on this. There's no solution, and there's no kicking this can down the road anymore. This decision has to be made, I believe, by this board. We cannot leave it to somebody else, and Director Williams and Director Meek and I represent those schools. Those are our districts, and we're going to do everything we can to support and help those people, and I know we will have the support from the other members of the board. This exact presentation was given to Long Range Planning Committee on Wednesday. I think it's been improved somewhat due to recommendations. I asked specifically the Long Range Planning Committee, did anybody have any serious objections to the proposed timeline? Nobody did. That committee has been looking at this for years, and they firmly believe it is time that we make this decision. Now, that's easy for them to say. I don't know exactly how we're going to do this. I think all of those questions are reasonable. I think people who are worried about it, I understand their concern, but I just keep going over these numbers and over these numbers, and I just don't see any other way to proceed forward. A few bigger schools in Highlands Ranch, whether it's 4 schools into 2 or 6 into 3, it just seems like the only reasonable response to what we're seeing as a societal change that's impacting our district. And, you know, we are very fortunate to have growth in Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate and Canyons and Crowfoot Valley, and those areas we will deal with in a different way. But we are irresponsible and irrational to not face what we're looking at in Highlands Ranch in a realistic manner.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation and all the work. I know the district's been working on this for a long time. I appreciate the timeline as well. My only real question, and I feel like it's the same question I have asked previously, is when we engage, so on phase 1 with engagement, what does that mean? Are we engaging people in order to consult so we can determine how we want to make the decisions, or are we engaging them to persuade, or are we engaging them to tell them that we need to make specific changes happen?
Thank you for that question. So on this first round here in phase 1, kind of what I would consider the first round, where, as I mentioned, we've gone to all of those groups. It has been really along the lines of persuading, laying out this problem, making sure everyone's on the same page as to this problem, getting feedback on our timeline, on the reasonableness of it. We anticipate going back to all of those groups, and in this case, that starts very soon because we are now going back to the principals and the staff, et cetera. And on the second, so this second going back to, we need to collect all the open questions. What kinds of questions can anybody think of that need to be addressed before we launch into kind of that decision phase? So that's, at this point, we're not asking, should we do this? It's much more, this is, and I think we're really already there where people have accepted this is what's going to happen. And that's when we get to the, now tell us what your open-ended, what your questions are that we're going to need to answer. It isn't necessarily that we can answer it in that engagement. In fact, we want to make sure we've thought of everything, which is where, for example, our conversation with DCF, Sarah Mesmer brought up a few really detailed questions on the staff side that we hadn't thought of. So that's what the feedback is that we're getting. Tell us all the little angles or scenarios that we haven't thought of so we can go back and formulate answers to all of it. Did that help?
I think so. So it sounds like there's going to be multiple opportunities for stakeholders to understand why this is happening is kind of that first round. People have time to process, come up with their questions, and then they will have another opportunity to engage, to submit those kinds of questions. And then once the district staff answers those questions, they're also coming up with the policy, right?
Correct.
That's kind of driven by those questions. The policy being in January 2025, where we will probably not know exactly what the decisions are, but that policy will be solidified, and then by April. So between that January and April, will there still be engagement happening?
Yeah, between January and April. So when the board decides on their policies based on recommendations, then at that point, we are solidifying the answers to all of those questions in regulations under those policies. So that work would kind of take place with feedback during that period.
Director Weiniger.
Yes, it's interesting seeing the different challenges that the smaller schools face. And I agree, in visiting the Highlands Ranch schools, the teachers and the staff and the admin do a great job at making the experience great for their kids when it comes to the specials like art and music that's offered. And they do have, like you said, their teachers for that are wearing multiple hats, and it's different. And some of them aren't even full-time in those positions. So it really is like a need that we have to make this experience even more thriving for those children. I was wondering if you could go on slide 8, the financial side of it. I really appreciate you putting this slide in because it has been a question we've kind of been asking our FOC around, and I think it's hard to kind of drill down into what the answer is, what it's costing our school district to keep 2 schools so close together open rather than one school that can hold everyone. And I think this site-based budget breakdown is a good way of doing it. So thank you for looking into that side of it. And then I do have a question on time frame as well, if you don't mind going back to slide 23 that you were just on. I realize that you don't have the schools that you're going to recommend yet. Is there are you aware of the schools that are affected, and some of those may or may not be part of this consolidation decision? Are those schools aware? Are those parents aware? I guess to me, since I'm not in the Highlands Ranch area, it all kind of just sounds like Highlands Ranch area. So is it really just like 10 schools, 8 schools? Just kind of give maybe a more defined answer, if you have it, because I know we want to be sensitive, but just for me, especially being more in the Parker area.
Thank you for the question. We've narrowed the scope to the circle, right? This is very specifically Highlands Ranch. The North Planning area also consists of a couple of schools in Roxborough and a couple of schools in Castle Pines North. This is very much within that circle, those 18 elementary schools that used to hold 10,000 kids. So that's the scope right now. And yes, I think it's really important that all of us are very sensitive about, getting anywhere near naming schools or making lists or anything like that as we move forward, because we've got to get through the policy piece first.
Okay, sorry. So just, that was very helpful. Thank you. But just for further clarity, we don't know even like the number yet of how many schools will be combined. And really, probably most of these schools won't be affected by this consolidation, but it's just where we're at right now. We'll know more in January.
I'm really glad you asked that, Director Weininger. We definitely had that conversation with the LRPC about, are we talking, what do we think is best for the long term? Is it 4 schools down to 2? Is it 6 schools down to 3? Is it 8 schools down to 4? I think LRPC really felt like about 6 schools down to 3 was the right answer. We have to be careful to we don't want to put ourselves and our community in a position where we're coming back and doing this again in 2 or 3 years. And so, we really have to kind of be forward thinking for the long run, something that's not on fire today, but is expected to be on fire soon. Those are the kinds of considerations that will be important, because we're not on fire today. I mean, it's really, really challenging, but we're operating and kids do have opportunities. The challenge is if you wait until you are on fire and when you're falling over a fiscal cliff, that's a really hard time to rip off a Band-Aid and suddenly be closing a whole bunch of schools because you're about to go over a fiscal cliff. So our cliff is building, but we're not on the precipice quite yet, if that makes sense. We're trying to be more proactive.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to our policy governance section. Item 11 is introduction of a resolution concerning artificial intelligence.
Hello. Hi. So from one team effort to another, and this one, an AI, and I think I can speak for my colleagues along the wall and Mr. Blair, who's sitting here, that we got some really fun and interesting jobs. We really, really do. They become way more fun and way more interesting when you introduce the potential for a killer technology that could really help kids, and by extension, really help staff, help kids. So I want to talk to you a little bit about AI and DCSD as the theme throughout tonight. This is one big team effort, again, involving everybody against the wall. So we got a few short slides to take you through. And so why don't I move the slide? Again, first principles. Our reality is that AI has the potential to become as ingrained as a Google search and a computer in education. It just does. We're not alone, it's really across society, but particularly in education. It also has the potential to become a learning tool like no other. And Superintendent Kane has said it, and it's very much worth repeating. Our kids need us to lean into this. Because if they are not familiar with it, if they don't know how to navigate it, then their job prospects are at risk. And we don't need to do that, and we won't do that. So tonight, we've got a proposed BOE policy revisions and a resolution that I'll work with you through, work with you on. But during this school year, we are launching the Conmigo pilot. And the first PD for that for our leaders and our teachers took place about a week and a half ago. And Mr. Blair and I were in the room for all of those, and really exciting conversations and really good energy around it. We are piloting in those 18 schools, grades 4 through 12, in the core subjects: history, social studies, math, and science. And we actually have put together, based on everything we've seen, read, folks we've talked to, and we've done a lot of all of that, an initial teacher resource document. If you could click on that, or is that me, you, please? Thank you. Everybody's learning a lot across the country and really around the world. So again, based on all of those conversations, everything we've read, what we wanted to do is put together truly just some general guidelines for our teachers to work from as they dip into this. So the first one, you'll see, have fun, have at it. This is such an exciting time, frankly, to be alive, but especially in education. There are platforms out there beyond Conmigo. Obviously, we want them to play within Conmigo, but there are AI platforms outside of Conmigo that we want our folks, all of our staff, to play with and learn from, make mistakes, and keep learning and keep playing. So that's first and foremost. And when we talk to teachers, let them know very, very clearly, our superintendent has been very, very clear. We're not banning this. We're not running away from this. We're going to embrace this. So again, go and have fun within that context. So number 2 is really, really practical. Again, just based on best practices that we've been gleaning from all of our conversations. So never insert a student's or a staff's personally identifiable information into a field. okay? And here's why. There's like a 1% chance that if you were to type in Steve Colella okay, in Denver, somebody in Kansas running a search, my stuff could pop up in their search. There's like a 1% chance of that. So out of that, best practices, just stay out of it. So we gave our teachers an example. So instead of Johnny Smith has a dyslexia diagnosis and needs help with reading, insert instead, I have a student who has dyslexia and needs help with reading. Pretty straightforward, pretty straightforward. The third guideline, whatever AI generates, check. There are stories, manifold stories, particularly, let's say, of attorneys who did some legal research in, let's say, ChatGPT, and ChatGPT generates some really interesting case law that has never existed. Okay, so we're just letting everyone know, whatever it generates for you, an email, letter recommendation, whatever the case might be, check it. Okay, play with it. And the beauty is, many times, it's been my experience, it gets you at least like 80% there when you're drafting something. And you'd have to tweak it, maybe you have the last 20% to work with. But that 80% sometimes can be an hour, 45 minutes, whatever. It's awesome. Number 4 goes to a lot of what we heard about bad information, bias, et cetera. We want everybody to know and get comfortable with the fact, okay, that Conmigo and any AI platform might give you really wonky results. Really wonky results. So get comfortable with that. Just be aware that that might happen. And again, referring back to number 3, whatever it generates, have a look at it and work with it. And then the last one, AI is a tool. It's a tool. Okay, a really powerful one potentially. Our kids need our teachers a lot. Okay, and so what we want to find out this year and beyond is how effective and powerful a tool is Conmigo, is our AI platform. Okay, can you scroll down? Sorry. So part of that resource, if you can scroll back up, sorry, scroll back up. So we've actually set up, and Mr. Blair, thank you. We want our teachers to talk to each other. Okay, as they explore this, we want them to talk to each other. So for those pilot teachers, we've set up a Conmigo elementary pilot chat group and a Conmigo secondary pilot chat group. And we've already seen activity in those groups of them coming up with ideas, wondering if and why and all that. It's been awesome. So Mark and I will dip into those periodically. We also want to set up AMAs, Ask Me Anythings, within those chat group fields as well. Periodically with Conmigo staff so that teachers can get their questions answered through that platform. We have a digital literacy web page that we just launched. We've got Conmigo resources and we have feedback and support. Needless to say, the best ideas we're going to get out of this pilot are going to come from our teachers. Okay, we plan on talking with as many as we can through the chat groups in person, along with forums. So feedback forums for us, they've got support forums as well. We also have a really healthy feedback channel through our leaders as well. Okay, it's going to be awesome. If you can go back. On top of the pilot, we've got the digital literacy working group. And that's 2 separate groups within the digital subgroups, I should say, within the digital literacy working group, AI and social media. Okay, we're going to meet during DLT days. There are about 15 to 20 leaders, department and school leaders in each of those groups, and I really look forward to those conversations. Those will start in September. Again, we want to continually talk to kids, talk to staff, talk to parents about their experience. So we will actually be surveying our staff and our parents and our kids in October. Okay, once they've had some run with Conmigo, and in April after they've had a full year with it, just to gauge how much traction Conmigo has gotten, and just to assess how much has it helped, and again, how much is it not. So we're going to come back and talk to the board as well periodically, just about what we're finding, both on AI and in social media. And in spring 2025, we'll have a policy review and recommendations either for additional modifications to existing policy or a discrete AI policy. Okay, so tonight, we're going to talk about staff recommendations for slight revisions to existing policy, okay, along with a resolution. And from our perspective, this is really a layered approach. So now it'll be, again, just slight or proposed slight revisions to existing policy. And then once we have a full year of learning and of conversation with community, staff, parents, we'll come back in the spring of 2025 to talk about either more policy revisions or discrete AI policy. So before we get those, I think it'd probably be appropriate if there are any questions. Yeah.
Super exciting, by the way. This
It
is the
is.
stuff that like makes me excited. Anybody have any questions? Director Thompson.
Thank you. A question about the digital literacy working group. Who is going to be in the working group?
So there'll be departments and school leaders. We're going to layer on top of that conversations with teachers as well through the various channels we talked about. And I suppose I'll let the cat out of the bag a little bit. We're going to work with leaders to, at appropriate times, bring food, whether it be breakfast or lunch, and just have sit-down chats with teachers on what they're experiencing, whether they're in the pilot group or not.
Okay. Are students able to log into this outside of school time, like from home for homework?
Yes.
So parents can log in and see what it looks like?
Yes.
And then how are we implementing this with students of different learning abilities?
So it's available to every kid. And one of the beautiful things about Conmigo is it's sandboxed. It's a very education-specific platform that will work with a kid given where they're at. Okay, so you could have, this is in some sense, this is tutoring and or ability grouping on steroids. So the teacher will be able to give not only in class, but homework within the context of Conmigo, again, in those core classes. And then Conmigo will work with the kid where they're at to get them to write better, solve problems more readily, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and just to add to this, that's one of the reasons we're so excited about this technology is that the opportunity for personalized learning is incredible. So just to give you a real world example, let's say a student is working through a mathematics problem like quadratics or something, and they're working on homework. Conmigo can assist them with that problem, but even more importantly, Conmigo could assist them with that problem in their own language. Because Conmigo supports a whole number of languages so that our kids can actually get that personalized tutoring in their own language. And it includes accessibility and many other of those features that are really hard for us to do otherwise. We could never get translators, in front of kids for tutoring personally, and this opens up so many opportunities, especially for our kids who need a different kind of learning.
And then my last question, when we're doing periodic updates for, that you guys are bringing back to us, are there certain metrics that you guys have already considered that you plan to be sharing back?
So as far as the pilot itself, we're going to, at least for the first few months, wait and see. We want to see what kind of engagement exists. We want to see, the feedback that we get from the surveys. And actually on through the Conmigo platform, every building leader and we a district can actually gauge engagement. So that it's a great resource to have. Once we have that initial set of data, then we'll start really talking about, okay, what would be an absolute success? What would be less so, and what have you. But more than anything this year, Director Thompson, we want our staff to dip in, to try it, low pressure. So just to give you a sense, we talked to our teachers and our leaders about starting engaging with Conmigo on or about September 3rd, and no more, and at minimum twice per week, once for themselves and once with the kids. Okay, and the whole idea there is to make it low pressure. And my thought is, and I suspect Mr. Blair shares this thought, is that making it low pressure will, one, the beginning of the school year is crazy, so it'll allow teachers and our staff to just sort of adapt, get their feet under them. And two, we suspect that the usage is going to probably take off because it's such a nice tool.
Director Myers.
So having experienced the explosion of technology, how many years ago, to a couple of things. I saw teachers, and I like that you said the stress, low stress, but having teachers basically freak out because, we were coming on to lots of technology in the school. And not only that, many that just didn't even want to embrace it, just wanted to keep teaching as best they could, in their way they did. And then on top of that, you had students that just could fast forward, way ahead of the teachers. And then I like the part, they do need the teachers, because back then we were really talking about, we were looking at search engines and making sure that we had taught them reliable resources. And have we considered the impact, like some of the impact that we're seeing now with the social media? And have we considered the impact of future of how this is going, the impact on our kids?
That's a really, really good question, Director Myers. We have said, we'll continue to say and act like the fact that kids need their teachers. Okay, kids absolutely need their teachers. They need their teachers guiding them through the lessons per our regular curriculum, and then guiding them through with Conmigo. And Conmigo is really, really nice in that not only can a teacher leverage it potentially in the classroom per the teacher, what the teacher needs and is looking for. Okay, and as Superintendent Kane talked about and alluding to Director Thompson's question, it truly, that ability to differentiate like right then and there through this tool is simply incredible. And then once the child goes home, they have an ability to engage with Conmigo. And again, Conmigo is very sandbox, meaning it doesn't get you out to like social media, Facebook, et cetera. It's very much focused on math, literacy, science, and social studies. So our view is that, at least as it currently stands, and we suspect this will hold true, it's a phenomenal tool, again, no different than a computer. To your point, there's some kids who overuse computers, some kids who overuse their phones. This is one, Conmigo in particular, it's very school focused. Like getting to social media is not part of that mix, would not be part of that mix.
And therein lies my concern about screen time. I just see the impact of our kids today, and are we having more screen time? Because we really need to create that whole child.
Sure. And one way of looking at it is to the extent that kids have about the same amount of screen time, and Conmigo is part of that, it's really productive screen time. And again, it is sandbox, so there isn't going to play on the internet from there. And there aren't a ton of kids who, when they go home, are going to want to deal in school more than they have to. So it's a really good point. And that balancing act we're going to run through Conmigo, AI, and social media as well. It's a great point.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I know this is something we've talked about for a year, AI, the use of AI. And I mean, I use it every day. I think in my opinion, I think it's a workforce readiness skill. I think it fits within our end statement skill area. I guess my biggest question is, why do we need a resolution on this, a board resolution? I'm just not sure, like, we haven't had a resolution on the use of computers or on Google searches. And so I'm just curious why we feel like we need a resolution.
I can answer that. So we wanted to offer, so when we have spoken before, there was a desire for an AI-specific policy, and we're just not at a place where we're able to recommend a policy specific for AI. Certainly, as Chief of Staff Kalila said, we have minor policy changes to existing policies that can account for AI. So us presenting you with a potential resolution was an offer to the board to be able to make a statement about this technology, should you choose to. But whether or not you adopt a resolution, of course, is completely up to you. We wanted to give you something since we weren't able to give you an AI, an all-encompassing AI policy. So I hope that helps. I think it'll just be up to you all if you want to use the resolution as an opportunity to make a statement to the community and to the staff about, we're exploring this technology as Douglas County and we're all doing it together, or if you feel like staff doing that is entirely sufficient and waiting until the spring of 2025 to have a comprehensive AI policy, should one be appropriate at that time, which we're not entirely sure about at this point. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. It does. I just wasn't sure the purpose of this, and I totally get updating individual policies that might need to be updated. My own personal opinion on this is, like, if there were going to be well, first, I'm not a big fan of resolutions because we don't track performance of resolutions, right? So I'm just not a big fan of resolutions to begin with. I want to make sure it's in our policies because that's how we track things. And I can see where AI fits within skills. And then I can see where our executive limitations would address like safety concerns or, ensuring that screen time is, adequate, things like that. I feel like we have executive limitations and ends that we should look at to see, do we need to tweak anything because of AI or the use of AI in our schools? So I'm not really a fan of moving forward with a resolution. If we do feel like we need to move forward with a resolution, I would want to encourage us to think about like the effective use, the ethical use. Like, they're just terms that I think would be really important to me to have in a resolution if we decide to move forward with one.
I think we were thinking that this potential resolution is more analogous to, say, when the Board of Education does a resolution in support of a bond initiative. So it's less something that is tracked for efficacy and more of an opportunity to just make a statement. Everything you raised, all of those things are very important. And it will take us getting through this pilot to be able to really nail a lot of those things down. Everything is changing so fast. This is a little like nailing Jell-O to a wall. And so we just have to give it some more substance, which will happen through this pilot process. Thank you.
And if I could just, so thank you, that's helpful to know. And I think where I feel a little, to say I support the district's exploration of AI when we're not in the trainings, like we don't know exactly, like we trust administration to tell us that it is a safe environment, right? And we want to ensure, like I just hesitate because I don't have the same level of knowledge as to the environment that you're creating using Conmigo, and I'm more comfortable not having a resolution, but ensuring that we really are creating the environment through our policies. That's my approach.
Yeah, I can actually see both sides, so I'm glad we have a little bit of time before we have to make a decision on that. Director Weiniger.
I mostly just had a question around if there was any parent feedback you received, or because I was just thinking, I love Conmigo, it's so great. But I've had a lot of info on it, so I don't know if there's some parents out there who are hesitant on it, or I know it's just the beginning of the school year, so you probably don't have much, but just some ideas you've had around informing parents about this.
Yeah, so each of the 18 schools engaged in this will reach out to their parents and let them know at the appropriate time. And again, the go date is on or about September 3rd. And of course, folks can start before, and they can use it a ton more than twice per week. But so we've also asked that teachers also reach out to the parents and let them know. I fully expect to get feedback. We fully expect to get feedback on Conmigo, good, bad, and indifferent. It's going to be an exciting journey for all of us, frankly. especially parents.
Thank you.
Sure.
Director Geiger?
Just briefly, and whether or not we do it by resolution, I'm not getting dozens of emails about AI, but I am getting questions. And some way to point to the public that the board is getting updates on this and that, I agree with Director Meek. Our job is to supervise the superintendent. The superintendent's job is to educate the kids. And I trust her to do that and her staff. But, to me, the value of a resolution is that we can say to our parents, even if it's limited, it's like, yeah, we're thinking about this. And because I do think at some point, some of this is board issue. There are boards, I think, that are going to be, how do I put this, less welcoming. I did have a question about our relationship with Conmingo. If we find that AI works, but we have some questions about Conmingo, what is our freedom to explore? First of all, are there other outlets like this? Is there any other organization that is making AI valuable in the schools? And if there is, how have we chosen Conmingo, and what is our flexibility to try other outlets?
So it's a really good question. Thank you for it, Director Geiger. We're in a one-year contract with Khan Academy that runs Conmigo. And I was actually thinking about that question today and kind of laughing. At the time that we did the deal and worked with Conmigo, they were pretty much like one of the only, if not the only, sandboxed educational AI platform in town. And they're actually piloting and working with about close to 100 districts across the country. Okay, they were the biggest game in town too at that point. I suspect by this time next year, maybe like 2 months from now, that'll be a little bit different. And so definitely Conmigo has its limitations. It also has its upside. It's the best option for us right now. And we'll see what this year brings. Hope that helps.
Great, thank you.
Sure. So President Williams, how would you like to work through I can take you through the policies and the resolution. If the board wants to go the path of the resolution, I'm open to doing whatever you think makes sense.
Does anybody have a desire to go through the resolution? I feel like we can just move into the policies unless everybody wants to go through resolutions. Okay, so we'll move on then to item 12, which talks about the proposed policy updates for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that's the clean version. Robert, if you could bring up the red line version of there you go. There you go. So just to put GICJ and GBEE into context, we've updated these to do really two things substantively. One is to bring together the definition of district IT. So JICJ is the student version of this policy of use of district technology. GBEE is the employee version of it. The definitions of district IT were a little different. Okay, so what we did was just now make them uniform. So you'll see for the first red line is this definition here again is an amalgamation of the employee and the student, and again under the rubric of district IT. The second part of that is, as you can see, in the district IT definition, we mentioned artificial intelligence because we're in that world now. So we actually have a definition of our artificial intelligence that doesn't introduce the cyborgs, potentially. So we did a lot of research on finding a good definition of artificial intelligence, and this is the one that made the most sense to us, the most technically correct, and the one that wouldn't freak people out. So you can have a look there. If you have any questions on that, let me know.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through it. Director Geiger's question around Conmingo, and maybe in a year, we would want a different platform. And I noticed that we're using Conmigo in here. Would it make sense to add another example or two? Or should we only use Conmigo because that's the platform that is approved?
We can certainly add there, and the idea behind Conmigo was if a parent is looking at this, they can relate directly to our pilot of Conmigo. But certainly we can throw other platforms in there.
Director Thompson?
Yep, I do wonder if we should add in a comment about accessibility to this policy. I know that we talked about that it's embedded in, for example, this AI program, but just in general, if we should just have a statement about accessibility. Just going to throw that out for consideration.
Sorry, go ahead.
I really appreciate the comment on accessibility. That is an ongoing process. So if we were to put something like that in policy today, we would be out of compliance because we're working through that process by building our new website and building all the materials. So I think in the spring of '25, perhaps that would be a more appropriate time to include that in a policy, if that's helpful.
Okay, I think we're good on that one.
Can you go to the R, please, Robert? There you go. So just two quick changes. District IT as defined in policy GICJ, and then if you could scroll down, Robert. So one of the things, again, through a lot of conversation, a lot of reading, a lot of just looking at our reality, one of the issues we have, and social media is part of this, is the use of another student's image or likeness without their permission. So AI is particularly sort of in this world, so we thought it appropriate to include, separate this out and make it its own line item so that kids know in particular that that's a no-go.
I do appreciate that. That's really important to me, so thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Director
As
Thompson?
far as that.
Yeah, I just wonder if we should add other personal information to 11. And I wonder if we should also include sharing and sharing passwords as well in this policy. That's it.
So number 6 says using the passwords of others. Is that what you mean?
Passwords of other users is different than sharing it.
So
If
maybe
I
we
wanna
could
be a
just
lawyer-
add
if I wanna be a lawyer at it.
So maybe using and sharing, or sharing, using and or sharing. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Okay.
Okay.
If you could bring up GBEE, please, Robert. Again, just made the definitions of district IT more uniform. Same thing you saw in the kids, you see here. Again, same AI definition. And then just went through, these are non-substantive changes of just, instead of district technology devices, renaming it district IT. And that follows throughout, except for if you could scroll down. Scroll, yeah, keep going, keep going. Yeah, yeah. And that's actually it.
Okay. Any questions on that one?
I had one. There's a reference to access of prohibited sites. Do we have a list? Is there a list somewhere of what sites our staff or our staff can't access? And our students can't access? I know, for example, I have to turn off Wi-Fi to access Twitter. So, I mean, how do we keep track of that? Is it built into the IT program, or how does that work?
So we use a content filter on our district network so that all devices connecting to the content filter or to the district network are content filtered. That is dynamically updated constantly because web content is being updated constantly. So we are constantly revising that. Sometimes sites get miscategorized and they're blocked incorrectly, and so my team uncategorizes those and gets them so that students and staff can correctly assess them. But unfortunately, things like Twitter changed their policy and they now allow way more inappropriate content than they used to, therefore it's blocked.
They're called X now. That's an issue too, but yeah.
All right, I think we're good on that one. Thank you.
GBER. Again, just referring back to the definitions in GBEE, and again, making all appropriate red line changes throughout, again, non-substantive. Scroll down. And then we, if you can go up a little bit, Robert, thank you. So we just, Chief Technology Officer Mark is appropriately, referenced in this policy. Other than that, that's it.
Great. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Easy enough. All right, so on to item number 13, the proposed Board of Education calendar. So we've been talking about this for a while now. And so I put this together. I just want to make a couple points about it. First, I will go through and add in, be more specific on the board monitoring. I just kind of put 1.9, 1.1. So I'll go and actually put titles in because I think that will be helpful for the public to know what we're discussing. The other thing I did was I moved the monitoring out, and I know that's going to kind of mess us up for this year because we'll be monitoring shorter periods for some of these. But the reasoning behind it was just to kind of, so that we were only talking about one at a time versus trying to jam in a few. And that way, we're not spending, we're just spreading it over time. So that was my reasoning behind that. Did anybody have any questions or anything that I may have left out or anything there? Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't really had a chance to look at this too closely, so I apologize. So were you talking about the board monitoring?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
so our board's self-evaluation.
Right.
That we do, and the whole goal is to spread it out because we were trying to get through it quickly because
Right.
we were looking at our policies. So that makes sense.
Yeah, so I recognize it will be on a shorter time, like some of them might be only 5 months that we're monitoring, but that will at least get us on a good schedule moving forward.
Right, and then for superintendent monitoring, those haven't been placed in here yet either, right? Am I missing?
So,
Oh,
just
no, they
because
are.
they
I'm
are,
sorry.
they are, and then
They are.
we're gonna have to determine how that looks for next year, just depending on what we do with,
Yeah, so
Yeah,
ELs will
contract,
be
yeah.
listed differently. Okay, so that still needs to be updated. And then I know we need to look at our board connections for the upcoming year, which we haven't had a chance to do yet.
right, and I have a conversation set up for us to discuss on September 10th that I put in here already, so at least we'll have the conversation about what that's gonna look like for this year.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I like this. It's helpful.
Oh.
I like this. This is helpful.
Anything else you guys want me to add or anything I left out? Like I said, I'll update it to put titles in our board self-evaluation monitoring. But other than that, I'm hoping to just put this in on consent agenda next time if everyone is okay with that.
Can we get the ELs listed on the schedule, or how are we planning to do that?
I'm happy to do that. I just didn't know because we hadn't quite, we haven't finished our ELs 1 as a board, and then the number 2, because Superintendent Kane is going to have to go in and, what was it called? Were you? Yes, go ahead.
The ELs currently, as they stand today, are covered by each of those monitoring reports. If you remember, we mapped the monitoring reports to ELs. So if you wanted to, you could just list under the monitoring report the ELs that monitoring report covers. Of course, that's based on today's ELs, but that would be one possibility. They are covered. They're just kind of buried in that monitoring report.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of wait until we were done because the numbers are going to be different after we go through ours. So I didn't want to put all of that stuff in yet, but I do anticipate that it will eventually land in here. I just didn't want to, yeah, okay. Director Geiger?
Just thank you.
Yeah.
How do I put this? People out there don't know how much work this was. We do, and we appreciate it.
Well, Superintendent Kane was very helpful too. So, so anyway, yeah. All right, great. Well, that was easy. So we will then move on to the Board of Education reports. So just wanted to give an update, the reflections on the July 20th Board of Education retreat, just kind of an opportunity for anybody to throw out there anything that you want to reflect on. I usually give essentially we talked about bylaws for our committees, which are still being worked on at this time, but we're much closer to being finished, hopefully with that. We talked, Director Meek put a ton of time into our executive limitations. We also went through our Board of Education book for our GP, policy governance processes, sorry. We went through each one of our policies, and I should have all of that for us to look at the August meeting so that we can get all of that updated and anything that crossed over into our handbook. And so anyway, does anybody have anything they want to mention from the retreat? That I think we did a lot of good work that day, and we're still doing homework from it that will be for the retreat this coming Saturday. So anybody else have anything they want to say? Director Meek?
Yeah, I would say I really appreciated our conversation on the end statements. I think we really collaborated well in tweaking that language, and so I'll have that updated and ready to post so people can see it at our upcoming retreat. But I felt like, I mean, that's such an important job that we do. It's the goal. That's why we're here. It's why the organization is here. And I'm really excited with the progress that we've made in that area, so.
Director Moore?
I'm so glad we're having this conversation. I want to tell you, Director Meek, thanks for the exercise you put us through to go through those policies and work together to look at these things together and kind of get each other's feedback. And the way in which we did it was enjoyable. I thought we, like you said, collaborated and worked well together. And I had fun. I did not think I was going to have fun at a Saturday retreat, and I actually had a good time. So, thank you.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I agree. You deserve a big thank you for that work, organizing it. And just with the end statement, I did really appreciate the collaborative process that went behind that, especially after a meeting with staff and getting their feedback on it. I think it also increases like our own confidence in how it's shaping up. So that's fantastic. And then going through the board communications and community relations document to really kind of come to an understanding about our norms in a way through those conversations, I think was really helpful. And I feel like we actually kind of developed a new norm, especially when we're talking about public comment and really supporting our president with public comment time. So I think that's helpful. I know that was helpful for me. Yeah. So.
All right. Good. On to item 15, President reports. So the We are having a board retreat this coming Saturday from 10 to 2. I believe that's at Legacy. Am I correct? Okay, it's at the Legacy campus to discuss executive limitations. And then also at that time, we'll discuss our board committee priorities. Our next regular scheduled meeting is on August 27th. Agenda planning for that meeting is Monday, August 19th at 11 a.m. So just to give a quick recap of what I've done over the summer, this summer I actually was able to go to Stone Canyon and do a tour with Jolie Jones, and I thankfully got to be there after Convergent went in, and it was remarkable. I've been there before dropping kids off for outdoor ed and things, so I was able to see what it looked like before and now, and it's remarkable, and it's very exciting for our students. Had the ability to go to the Welcome Back for Leadership and new teachers. One thing that stuck out to me was during the new teacher welcome, there were less than there were last year, which was great, I think, which means we kept a lot from the year before, but a lot of teachers that are returning back to Douglas County, which I think speaks to what a great district this is, and the MLO did not hurt. So there's that. Obviously, we all did the first day of school, and it's probably one of my favorite things to do as a director, just being out there and seeing the students so excited to come back to school, but the energy, I just can't even explain it. It's really awesome. So welcome back, everyone. I was able to go with COO Cosgrove, and we jetted around to the Thunder Ridge feeder area, so that was great. What? Oh, and then, let's see, last week on Friday, the board was invited to a special education lunch and learn. So I just want to give a huge shout out. That was very eye-opening for me to really see how much work and dedication. And I mean, who knew that it was such a big, I mean, I had no idea how many people really were putting their head in. I mean, I knew it was big, but it's different when you see it up close, and just the passion that everyone brought. And we have a lot to be proud of here. So thank you for getting that scheduled for us, and thank you for making that happen. Truly, it was good. And then the Urban Renewal Authority for Lone Tree, just so you know, I think we talked about, I'm gonna take it on, and if I can't, I think Director Geiger said he would, but currently it's scheduled, the first meeting is August 26th, which is a Monday at 11:30 in the afternoon. So anyway, welcome back, everyone, and I'm excited for this year. Director Weiniger.
Yep, welcome to the new school year, very exciting. Something that we also attended that Director Williams probably didn't mean to overlook, but was the ribbon cutting for the new building in Parker, the center-based programming for our bridge program and our child find. And there was one other program, and I can't remember it. Swap, yes. So that was really exciting, and thank you for giving me a tour around not Director Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, thank you. I've never addressed you by that, so that came out clumsy, sorry about that. But yeah, she did a great job welcoming everyone and bragging on the building and just the opportunity we can have for our bridge kids there compared to the Dransfeld building. So more to come on that for sure, but it was a great feeling to see everyone excited for it, and just great to know that we have much prettier facility to offer our kids that are in those programs. And then, yes, I also attended the Lunch and Learn on Special Education, which Deputy Superintendent Hyatt also led, and her staff did a great job presenting, I agree. Same reaction was, I knew we had a great department filled with all these people moving so many parts around our kids that need special attention, but to hear them talk about it and hear their hearts in it and hear how everything is covered on questions you had or just how it all works was really well done. So that was very good to see, and our parents can feel that our kids are very well taken care of for sure for those students in special education. And then, yeah, just upcoming our board retreat, and yeah, my committees don't meet until September, so I will have updates around then.
Since it's a new year, we'll start down with Director Moore.
Thank you. Just want to talk about the good time I had working the booth at the fair with Director Myers and Dr. Kaur. We had a good time there, and it was a Thursday night, so we didn't run into a lot of people coming through, but we had a lot of kids that were starting their first day of kindergarten was who ended up at our booth most of the night. Would you say, Director Myers? But it was a good time. Really enjoyed that, and thank you for allowing me to represent the school district or help with that. I'll let Director Geiger talk about our LRPC meeting because he did a lot of our discussion about how we're interacting on some of the things that we've already talked about tonight already. Really enjoyed the first day of school visits. I'll put it right up there with the graduations. I didn't expect to really enjoy it as much as I did, but I got a lot out of it, actually. It was fascinating to see the energy and the excitement and just how much work and effort the principals and staff put into the first day of school. The coordinated effort to make sure at Chaparral High School that no single freshman walked in that door or spent that day alone. They had another student who was already a student of the school as kind of their shadow to kind of make sure they were welcomed and learned their way around. That was pretty cool. And seeing the parents come through, I loved that. The Vail campus is just amazing what they do there, and smaller group of kids, but just an amazing effort to welcome all those kids and their parents. And I thought that was great. And the elementary schools and every place we went, I was impressed everywhere we went. The biggest impact for me, though, was I hadn't been in Sierra Middle School in a long time, to see how good of a job they do with a building as old as they have, right? And the plans they have for the future to make it even better, exciting, and well thought out. Some challenges geographically, but really well thought out. The school that impacted me the most, though, was Pine Lane. Seeing how busy that school is with the two buildings and how the staff juggle all the movements, the traffic flow in and out, the large number of kids, just a lot going on, but they had it handled. Like they had it down and they were all over it. The teamwork was unreal to see how they do it, but very impressive. I got a lot out of it, and I appreciate you going with me, Superintendent Kane, to kind of show me what was really going on. But that was a good experience for me. So thanks.
Director Geiger.
I attended the Partnership of Douglas County Governments meeting on July 17th, which is at the Highlands Ranch Mansion. Very nice. The guest speaker was the state demographer. So we talked a lot about growth, where we're seeing growth and where we're not. Weld County, for example, is growing. Other counties are literally shrinking in population, certainly in young population. So it was fascinating to see the state demographer kind of agreeing with what we've been doing and understanding everything we've been doing and talking about how that's impacting schools across the district. And of course, gave my 3-minute update that included, we may be passing a bond, please support us. Well, especially talking about the growth in Parker and the growth in Castle Rock and that kind of stuff. And that if you want to be a young growing community, you need to put those kids somewhere. I would agree that, first day of school is amazing. I got to go with CFO Janice Slusser and Council Klemesh, who were great company. And I noticed that Klemesh is not in any of the pictures because she took all the pictures. And I appreciate her doing that. We started at Highlands Ranch High School where they clap in the freshmen. And, it's a lot to watch those kids come through. Some of them seem to be a little bit more intimidated than others, but it's quite a deal that they do there. And let's see, Fox Creek highlight was that they all sang Sweet Caroline, which is a song that was recorded in 1969, but to watch a kindergartner go, ba, 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 is a good way to start the day. We ended up at Copper Mesa because we wanted to see the new base preschool program, which has moved there from Coyote Creek, I believe, correct? And very exciting. Got to see, what is Michelle's last name? Sure, Jordan. She was running that program. Very excited. If you start with high schoolers and you end up with the 4-year-olds who clearly there was tense discussions about hairstyles and fairy dresses. Work had gone into that outfit. You're reminded about how we start at the beginning and we're going to create this community of these little kids. I hope as we go forward, we're going to find other places that we can put together that program. It's valuable to our parents. It's valuable. I mean, it's full day preschool. It's paid. It's a benefit that we are able to assist our teachers with. So it's a big deal. And the elementary school is very glad to have it as part of their curriculum. It helps create that community bond. There was an LRPC meeting on Wednesday. Last Wednesday on the 7th. We saw the growth and decline with a couple fewer slides because Rudy Luquez always has something he can add to this, and a couple other members. We discussed at length the combining of schools. And as I mentioned, we discussed this timeline and fair to say the entire committee was in favor of it. Discussed the number of schools, and I think that discussion was very helpful for everybody. This was an election of new officers. The new chair is a guy named Michael Kemp, who's very smart, works in IT and programming and planning, lives in West Highlands Ranch. As has become a tradition for LRPC, Larry Mugler will then move to vice chair to assist the new one, and then likely next year we'll have a new vice chair. We did discuss the bylaws, which they've been discussing on and off for the last year. They'll be getting us feedback. I think they are generally coming to, first of all, they are very strongly that there should be no term limits for the committees. Just so you know, I tried to look up how long Rudy Luquez has been on the committee. The minutes go back to 2012, and Rudy is in those. Rudy is prehistory. That's to LRPC. But they will get us our feedback, but I think they understand why we're doing it and generally support the ideas of the bylaws. So it's pretty strong. Got an invitation, so I went out to Pride Fest, spent a very hot Sunday morning out there. I did meet some parents and some teachers, or not teachers, some parents and some kids, and had some discussions about what's going on in our schools. I find that valuable a lot of times. So it's been an interesting summer. I'm looking forward to the fall starting.
Director Myers.
Wow. Okay, so after a nice summer break, started off with our parade, and we had I think a pretty good turnout, and lots of kids. Of course, Jana and the motorcycle were the hit of the parade. So with driving her motorcycle with her husband in the sidecar, I think, right? So, okay, and then of course working the booth. And I'm going to have to kind of challenge Director Moore on that, because between Dr. Kaur and Tim, I had to always go find him at another booth, and Dr. Kaur was out buying a new cowboy hat. So I was wondering about the help I got at my booth. But at least when I turned around and worked with Jana and Stacy and Jan, and I missed my fourth person, we were really taking some good pictures, and the kids were coming by, and we figured out that free's not always better, because last year we were near face painting, and we need to be near face painting, because that's where the kids come directly over in and see us. And let's see, also new teacher, that was great. And one of the things that I really realized, and I don't know if this is Superintendent Kane, but when I was a teacher, I don't think I ever saw a board member at anything. So to go to the new teacher, and be with the teachers and do activities with them, and then they realize the board members are out there doing things with them. I think it's a unique opportunity for them to get to see us and talk to us. And let's see, new teacher. Guess what else I did? We do have coming up, and I know Director Meek might talk about this. We've been working a lot with our SAG this summer. Mark and Susan and I getting, and she's the calendar girl, because now we've got a calendar for SAG, and so it's really great. So she is now officially the calendar girl. So yeah, so it's going to work out. I think the kids are really liking it. We do have coming up on Friday, September the 13th, the DCCF Gala, which is to honor our heroes and our first responders and our SROs and our police officers. And last year I got invited to sit at a table, and I really wished there could have been more of us at that. The tables are quite expensive, so I guess we're going to have to finagle our way into getting invited somehow again. But it's out at the Centennial Airport this year. And we do have Youth Congress coming up on, I think it's Monday, October the 7th. But I did want to say my first day with Deputy Superintendent Danelle Hyatt and Executive Director of Special Education Liza Meyer. We had a good time. We had some great schools we visited, and there was the excitement. And one of the things that made me think back when we were talking earlier about the renting out some of the facilities that are getting used, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, they had a brand new bright blue curtain at Castle Rock Middle School, which I think was supported by some of those rentals that come in, and so we know that that's helping our schools out with getting some of that extra stuff that they might not be able to get, that's helping them with that. So anyway, I think that's it. Thank you.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you. I just want to start with just one more thank you to to Convergent for their amazing contributions to Stone Canyon. So I wanted to start with that. Back to school was fun. I got to go with Assistant Superintendent Windsor and then his administrative assistant Megan. And we got to do our school visits. I had a blast with that, and getting to visit a few schools I hadn't been to yet. The lunch and learn that we had, that was already brought up. That was our opportunity really to understand special ed services within the district, and it was really informative. It was helpful. A nice side effect to the whole experience was really getting to see the heart in our district and seeing staff that even as they're introducing what it is that they do or they're answering one of our questions, there's embedded advocacy for our students, and that was just a really special thing to witness, and it was really meaningful for me. So thank you to the staff that showed. It was nice to see such a diverse group of staff from all different levels. So that was really helpful. And then, I had one more update. Oh, and it's gone, so I guess I'm done. I'll be short and sweet tonight. Okay.
Director Meek.
Sure, so I won't repeat too much, I think. Welcome to a new school year. And tomorrow we have the Foundation for Douglas County Schools retreat. So it's most of tomorrow, so we'll have another retreat. I do lots of retreats. That should be my middle name. Anyway, if you're not familiar with the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, they raise funds in various different ways to support our district. This summer there was the Perseverance Golf Tournament. I was not able to make it this year, but I heard it was amazing. They didn't have biting flies like they had 2 years ago, so I missed the wrong one. I heard it was a great time, and a lot of money was raised to help support our Perseverance Scholarship Fund. There's also on September 5th, the Building the Dream fundraiser. So it's the 6th annual Building the Dream Gala that celebrates the 2024 Apple Award winners and showcases all of the amazing talent in our district. So I just encourage you to look into tickets for that fundraiser. It's always a wonderful time. Let's see, what else? Director Myers mentioned, we've been working closely with the Student Advisory Group leadership, and we're going to have a wonderful year this year with our students. And I think that's it for me, so thank you.
Great. All right, moving on to item 18, convening an executive session. The Board of Education has issues to discuss in executive session, a closed session for purposes of holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding, number one, the pending litigation, specifically Lacey Gansey on behalf of JG and NG minor children et al. Versus Douglas County School District RE1 et al. Pending in U.S. District Court, District of Colorado, civil action number 23-CV-01966. And number two, a Department of Justice investigation into the district's seclusion and restraint practices. Do I have a motion to go into executive session per the previous stated purpose?
Moved. Second.
Motion by Moore, second by Geiger. So roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, that's a vote of 7-0. So the following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the pending litigation, specifically Lacey Gansey on behalf of JG and NG minor children et al. Versus Douglas County School District RE1 et al. Pending in U.S. District Court, District of Colorado, civil action number 23-CV-01966. John Farrow, an attorney with Simple, Farrington, Everall, and Case. Aaron Kane, Superintendent. Mary Kay Clemesh, General Counsel. And the following individuals, and that's in addition to all 7 board members. And then the following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the United States Department of Justice investigation to district seclusion and restraint practices. Aaron Kane, Superintendent. Danelle Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent. Julie Crawford, Principal. Mary Kay Clemesh, General Counsel. And Wendy Jacobs, Deputy General Counsel. And then we will adjourn after executive session. So we will convene an executive session at 9 p.m. That gives everyone 7 minutes. Thank you.